resume the hearing. We're up to day 7, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Are you ready to roll?
Yes, I am, absolutely.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
And make yourself at home. We've been handed your script, so I've got as far about as halfway down the second page. So, so if you care to read it to us, and we'll go from there.
Thank you very much. My name is Andrew Mee, and I'm president of the Oriental Bay Residents Association, or OBRA, as we call it, and have been so for the past 2 years. I'm an Oriental Bay resident. OBRA has in excess of 160 members. It's been established for more than 30 years and serves as a forum for both residents of the Bay and for Wellingtonians generally in matters pertaining to Oriental Bay. It has variously advocated on major changes that have impacted the Bay, including parking some time ago, the cycleway, and most notably the preservation of the amenity value of the Bay in the Wellington City Council 1998 Environment Court decision referred to by other submitters. We also concern ourselves with matters that preserve the integrity of the user's experience, including rubbish collection, beach cleanups, dog control. We meet at least twice per annum to provide an open forum for those who have issues, opinions and concerns, of which there are no shortage. We appreciate firstly the expertise being provided by the independent commissioners in determining matters that we regard as fundamental to the future of Oriental Bay. And therefore, insofar as Oriental Bay is recognised as the jewel in the crown for the future shape of Wellington, it's fair to say we've been critical of a lack of productive consultation with the Wellington City Council on a number of highly important planning issues over recent years. So the element of independence introduced by the Commission framework to us is a welcome step forward. We also regard ourselves as proxy representatives to the tens of thousands of Wellingtonians who do not reside in Oriental Bay, but are regular users. They have no voice per se, but we know through our daily interaction with them, they are vitally concerned as to the aesthetics of the continued access to, quote, their playground. And in this regard, we're talking about beachgoers, walkers, runners, families with young children who seek a boulevard, fishers, cafe users, amongst many others, as I'm sure you would have noted if you have been there. There are a number of separate submitters we are aware of in stream 2 of the hearings who are, in our view, correctly arguing that matters of law and precedent apply to the proposed densification of Wellington, and that it would be entirely inappropriate to increase the density of Oriental Bay as if it were an entirely logical location to do so. This is clearly not the case, as the topography and access above the waterfront properties is not supportive of densification. If the argument for densification of Oriental Bay is about access to affordable housing, which appears to be the case from a number of submitters, including Aotearoa, then that argument is, in our view, invalid. It is well known that property values in Oriental Bay are the highest in Wellington. To acquire a property for development, therefore, with that fact as a starting point, it only suggests that development in Oriental Bay will produce the least affordable housing in Wellington. And if the rebuttal of that argument is that a state-owned entity like Aotearoa would be able to acquire and redevelop, then this is equally a relative waste of taxpayers' money. In our view, no justification to allow proposed densification of Oriental Bay. In the Resource Management Act, as I'm sure you're aware, the concept of amenity value is a fundamental tenet. Definition of amenity is amenity values means those natural or physical and characteristics of an area that contribute to people's appreciation of its pleasantness, aesthetics, coherence, and cultural and recreational attributes. Now, notwithstanding that the RMA is under review, we contend that this description perfectly describes current Oriental Bay and is the reason why it continues to be the jewel in the crown of Wellington. Further, under Section 7 of the Act, it states that in achieving the purpose of this Act, all persons exercising functions and powers under it in relation to managing the use, development and protection of natural physical resources shall have particular regard to a range of considerations from A to J, including, in the relevant point, C, the maintenance and enhancement of amenity values. So it was clear to us that the intent of the RMA was and is to prevent irresponsible and damaging housing. We note that all great cities have disproportionately high levels of public amenity values. For example, Sydney, London and New York, where scale, view shafts and space have been prioritised over many decades of town planning, whereas others, Auckland being a notable example, have not had the same degree of rigour, illustrated by the almost complete detachment of the waterfront to the CBD in the case of Auckland. Densification of Oriental Bay based on spurious logic will, in our view, compromise the iconic and most photographed look of Oriental Bay as seen from the CBD or the water, and undoubtedly over time Wellington will lose iconic city status that we do enjoy. And further, we reiterate the point made in the submission by Puki Puki Party Residents Incorporated, where there is a very real health and safety issue in relation to densification of properties in the mid to upper levels of Oriental Bay. Even without further development, first responder access to mid and upper levels of Oriental Bay is currently compromised and is a matter that we as an association are looking at in any event. Further unfettered development will only exacerbate this already unsatisfactory situation. We accept that ultimately the decision as to whether to allow or otherwise wholesale densification of Oriental Bay will be a subjective one. We as residents are not objecting to development per se, nor do we trivialise the need for further affordable housing in Wellington. What we are strongly objecting to is a one-size-fits-all approach, problem solving as is currently being promoted. Successful cities of the future, in our view, will balance growth and progress together with appropriate public amenity values. In our considered view, it makes neither economic nor strategic sense to allow the development of Oriental Bay to be required to be viewed within the same framework as the development of more suitable areas of Wellington in terms of topography and affordability. My final point is that we're available as an association to meet on site that would help visualising our points of view. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mann. On the last point, I think speaking personally, yes, I am one of the boards who did not live in Oriental Bay, but visited it frequently, especially when the sun was shining, and sometimes when it wasn't. The case for KiwiRail is effectively that amenity is not a static thing. The change will occur and amenity values will change with it. And they point to a national policy statement, urban development, that says more or less exactly that. What's the future of Oriental Bay? If change is coming, what form would or should that change take?
I think KiwiRail is an interesting example, and I think it goes to the heart of the point that we would make in terms of the economic logic of developing Oriental Bay anyway. If, as I understand it, KiwiRail's primary purpose is to provide affordable housing, then it is simply not possible to do that in a relative sense in Oriental Bay. Because the starting point is you're buying land, building or property. There's a very much higher base than you would be buying a transport corridor or some other part of Wellington. And of course that all feeds through, given the costs of construction are pretty much the same wherever you build. That feeds through to the ultimate price you end up with, cost that you'll end up with per metre, which, following that logic, must be higher than other alternatives. So whilst there is the edict from government, understand that, I think it's just the old saying, horses for courses. I mean, I just think there are elements of Wellington that are far more suited to affordable housing development than Oriental Bay. And that's not a NIMBY comment at all. In fact, we as an association go out of our way to make sure that we are not only seen, but we are very much an association for everybody who uses the bay. And there are thousands and thousands of people, as you would know, who are users. And what we don't want to lose is that iconic sort of scene that you look wherever you are in Wellington, graduated housing, view shafts, and ultimately the monastery. I can think of nothing worse than a 43-metre concrete slab going up directly under the monastery. I mean, to me, may prove a point, arguably, but it creates no strategic or economic sense to do that.
I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
Thanks for your patience, Mr. Meehan. Troubles with the technology. It struck me that much of the submission is directed at what the MPS is directing local authorities to deal with. And when it comes to Central City, the direction is at least 6 stories within a walkable catchment. So mandatory part is at least 6 stories from the centre. The discretionary part is what's the walkable catchment, and that's where we have the most ability to recommend on that. And we've heard a wide variety of information on what constitutes a walkable catchment. In that respect, I take it that you would encourage us to err on the side of caution and make that walkable catchment on the smaller side, so as to reduce the spatial extent of 6 stories.
In respect of Oriental Bay, yes, I think the answer we would. And again, I live directly beside Hay Street.
Yes.
On the parade, and I walk up and down Hay Street regularly. And I just cannot fathom how the proposal or the proposed architecture / building / heights would look or would compromise what's already there.
Right.
In so many different ways. So yes, I think probably if that is your discretion as commissioners, we would certainly encourage that.
Yes, and in that respect, I take it that you would support the plan as notified, which had a 10-minute walking catchment.
Absolutely.
Yeah, as opposed to the recommendation, which is to extend that out to 15 minutes.
Yes, we do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Meehan.
Pleasure.
Appreciate your time. And many happy memories of visiting Oriental Bay. So know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Morning.
Good morning. Over to you. Welcome.
Okay, thanks. See you again. I've got some visual material to go out, but perhaps I'll just say a few words first. And then we'll look at the maps and table. So, my name is Hilary Watson, and I've lived in Newtown for 4 years. I made a submission in Stream 1, and my submission today relates to the revised character precincts of Newtown as set out in section A. I welcome and support the officer's evaluation report and design guides extending the character precincts from those identified in the PPP. However, I submit that they need to expand more, and I'll explain where specifically by means of a map and spreadsheet. So just a few comments first. I support Live Wellington's submission and believe in the need for more housing in our city, but we're worried that there's too much emphasis in the PDP on the loosening of planning restrictions without due consideration to good urban design principles. There's no point growing a city if we get it wrong. I applaud Brett Mackay's detailed historical analysis based on his experience over a lifetime career as a planner in the Wellington City Council. Like him, I've lived through all these district plan changes. He states that the proposed district plan will result in the irrevocable loss of the city's older housing stock, which gives Wellington its special character and unique sense of place. He mentioned that in 1991, after years of discussion and citizen lobbying from about 1976, the character area approach became a foundation of the proposed new district plan that was notified in July 19. Under it, the more densely developed inner residential areas were differentiated from the outer areas and were subject to more specific design control to permit development in a way that would better reflect their general character. The design guide identified that while many of the buildings were not of particular merit, collectively they form a unique heritage townscape. I also support the submission by Claire Nolan, James Fraser, Biddy Bunzel, Margaret Franklin, Michelle Wallen and Lee Muir, and their suggested expansion of the character precinct. Make the point that we already have population density. Newtown West has 5,603 people per square metre kilometre compared to Wellington City of 735. James Fraser made the point that our streets are already density done well and stressed the importance of the front and back gardens and trees in our suburb and that loss of sunlight, both houses and gardens and wind tunnelling would be highly detrimental. I also support the Newtown Residents Association submission, which mentions the same negative consequences of the PDP, opening up 70% of residential Newtown to sporadic developments of 6 stories and more, and narrow streets already packed. And I support the NRA's point that the proposed HIRB controls are not sufficient to provide the protection needed to keep our local park, Karaia Park, others like it, only welcome in places. Their request is that HRZ S3.4 is reinstated with the amendments as in their original submission. And I support the submissions by Martin Hanley and Anna Campbell-Welch, who together are redesign architects. They've created a concept plan for apartment blocks situated within the Newtown suburban centre in the Mansfield Street escarpment area, thus removing the need to upzone beyond this area. They've demonstrated that new buildings on only 45% of this part of Newtown can provide at least 2,000 sunny, accessible, comfortable new apartments while retaining the historic character of the Woodford Street shopping area. And I like Steve Minto's idea of a 30-second walkable category. Martin and Anna's plan does do this, actually. And along with Newtown Residents Association, I opposed Aotearoa's written submission, and it's 391, and its series of proposals to remove character precincts from all residential zones and to have local centres reclassified as town centres. As the NRA says, there is enough realisable capacity for development without doing that, even if the PDP is modified to further reduce walking patches and the character. So, on to my explanation of how I would like the character precincts to be. Yep. Hold on. 2, 3, 1 each. Thanks. Right, so that first, the sheet on the top, that Excel sheet is, I've coloured it since I submitted this for my submission to the PDP. This is my list of what I thought should be in the character precinct, and the colours are the bits that section 42A has added, which is very, very gratifying. It's quite a bit. The white bits are still what I want, and the gold bits I have added since my submission. So the photos aren't all the houses, but they just represent that idea of clusters and scale, street scale, and the whole idea of townscape, coherent streetscape, a collective impact, and even with the shoddy or the new ones, they still go together in scale and make up overall the character. So that can be referred to in detail, but now if you look at this one, so quite slightly primitive technology here, but I've printed off the 2A mention. The pink is the original district plan character precinct, and then the purple is, I believe, the 42A addition. So the green are my additions. So just perhaps starting with that little bunch for 46 to 50, Daniel, was the 3 that are sitting there on the corner of Wilson. So if you look at this picture, that's those 3 houses there, that top picture on this page, with the yellow car outside. So I'd just argue so strongly for those to be included. They are just absolute gems. They sit there opposite the Pacific Island Church, and their low height allows sun to go across the road to them. That's those 3, and then moving down south towards the beyond south of Constable, I've added. Oh, by the way, the orange represents the streets which the other Newtown group of James Faison wanted to add. So I agree with those additions too. Yeah, so looking at 89A to 97, that just would fit. It would be, seems to me to be crazy to allow 6 stories and up just between the Te Araho flats and a zone that's 11 metres. So that just, okay, they're not absolute gems, but they're totally in scale and they're sound wooden houses. And the Te Aotearoa flats are so beautifully designed with their sloping roofs and only 3 stories. So it's just seems to be planning madness not to include them in the character precinct. And then up down South Moorlong, Daniel to 109 to 139. Those are on the west of Carrara Park. And hopefully if these design guides get through that Rona's promoting, that the park will be protected from shade, from high rise, but seems to me, why not put these in character precinct? They are that photo, this photo, 109 to 117, Daniel, is that bunch of houses. And they're perfectly sound, they're more 30s, 40s, but they're just lovely houses. Zone them character precinct to save the sun on the park and to save them. And then if you move a bit further south, I think it is like 139. I've highlighted that because I've added that since my submission, because it's actually, they're new. They're a bunch of sausage flats, but they're not high, and they're not they're not pre-1930s, but they fit the scale of all the rest of the street. You know, they're quite dense, and to zone that bit, 6 stories, just would be ghastly in terms of the scale of the street and the impact of shade on the rest. So, and then gratifyingly, all of Lawrence is now suggested as character precinct, which is fantastic, because there we're getting up onto the hill, and that circle, you can see that sort of pencil circle I've drawn, which signifies a hill. And if you look at that picture, that's 46 Roads, which is getting up, not quite to the top of the hill, but that's been left out of the character precinct, and it is just, it's a lovely little street, all well maintained, so perfectly good houses, and to have a towering 6-story block on top of a hill seems just insane. And further up, Daniel, there's those Victorian houses have been included in these 42A, so that's great. And the other Daniel further south. Now, I have added that that's highlighted too, because I added it since my submission. Because there's a bunch of beautiful bungalows, 1930s, 40s, you know, Californian bungalows, absolutely solidly, fabulously built, and it's on the hill. And this Wingate Terrace, which is a lovely little precinct. So I've added 1 to 7 Wingate and those ones there. And over the road from them, there is currently medium density council housing and stuff, which would be a shame if that was high rise. But in terms of being realistic, these are the ones that I've suggested to be added. And also Ferguson, the green line there at right angles to Roads, that has it's a nice bunch of houses, it should say. So that if you look at all the colours, it does make sense for this whole bit to expand beyond the purple. So oh yeah, well, of course, getting back to Emmett and Green, down there. Those are just absolute gems of houses in that street. They're on my spreadsheet. There's pictures of them. Second page of this. And it would just make total sense for them to rise because they're nearby and it's right off Rutherford Street, which is historic anyway. And it's just utterly important our history and the era and our heritage. Okay, so that's.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Before you do, I should tell you, Ms. Watson, that part of our familiarisation before we started this hearing, Commissioner Littschwager and I walked that block that includes Lawrence Street. We started at the top end, parked around the corner from the zoo.
Yep.
And walked that block that includes Lawrence Street at the bottom and up Daniels. We started at the far corner, Owen Street.
Yes.
Walked down Owen, round Lawrence, back up Daniel.
Yep.
So,
Great.
so we,
Oh, it's a hill.
so,
We do.
so we observed the hill.
Mrs. Watson, what of the additional places that you would like to see included?
Yeah.
And I'm talking about not only the ones in green that you have suggested, but also the ones that you support.
Yep.
In gold.
Yep.
How much of that was or is currently in the operative district plan included?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. That's fine. It up. Looking at the map, and you were just saying that it's quite clear where the boundaries could be. Are you suggesting that, for example, with Emmett Green and Wilson, that this becomes its own little zone? And I could see how Norman Bay and Donald McLean can actually be extended from what is already there.
Yeah.
And probably, and probably Ferguson up to Princess. Would you suggest that the whole area is actually dragged over to Emmett Green, or will Emmett Green become and Wilson become a whole little island of character as well? I'm just not quite sure where you would draw the line.
Yeah. Well, you might have to have some separate boxes, but in an ideal world, the whole lot would be still character precinct. But yeah, it's certainly for Emmett Green. It's a little enclave, and it should be. So it's separate from, obviously it might have to be separate from the main character precinct, but it needs to be its own, have those height restrictions. And of course, Rutherford Street it's not zoned. It's I think still heritage or whatever. So whatever gets designed along Rutherford Street would be in sympathy with this scale and the style and the character. So they are just almost part of Rutherford Street. So I mean, there's one proposed with the corner I showed a picture of last time, which preserves the two shops on Rutherford, but it does build some apartments on the back, and that went carefully through all the heritage consent process so that it's still in sympathy with the heritage and character, and not impacting badly on the even numbers side of the road, which is the side suggested to preserve, and the school of course is next behind it. So it's all it's full of people and kids, and it's a villagey, it's part of the village, and it, ideal Wilson Street should be too. There's that new developments are planned there, which will preserve what's worth preserving in the.
So what I hear you saying is you can see how new development can quite happily engage with the character and
Yes,
the heritage.
Yes.
It just needs to be of a certain scale. Thank you.
Questions? Any questions? You don't.
Good morning.
Morning.
4 matters for me. Firstly, really appreciate these graphics. I'm a visual person, so seeing the spatial extent of suggestions is very helpful. So thank you for that, and complemented nicely by the spreadsheet. So thank you about that. On the map, I understand the legend, but there's also a very light green or yellowy. What does that represent?
Yeah, those little bits there. That's just what I added since my submission.
Okay.
Because this basically, this I submitted to the proposed district plan, but having thought about it and analysing that hill more, and why would you have a high rise on the west of Carrara Park?
No, I understand that. I just wondered what that was.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thirdly, I wonder whether you might think that there's a stronger case for some of the additions than others. For example, the additions to Daniel Street that adjoin the Lawrence extension and the Harper extension might gain support from being close to those recommended extensions. Compared to, say, is it 40 to 50 Daniel up on the corner of Wilson and Daniel? If Wilson was not recommended to be extended, would those properties on Daniel between 40 and 50 warrant inclusion on their own as an island?
Because they add to that amenity of the Pacific Island Church as a community location. It's supposed to be people together. Just those houses across the road, which lit in the afternoon sun, and the fact that they're just such lovely examples of character.
So even though they might, in the event that Wilson wasn't added, you still think there's a case to be made for. Okay. And finally, it's not a question, but Mr. Lewandowski's online, and I always take this opportunity to give him some homework. So he'll be reporting back on what he's heard from all the submitters, yours. And I think when he does report back, it's important that where there's been requests for additions like yours, and also can't think of her name, from the Mount Vic Residents Association. She recommended 104 additional properties. It would be useful if Mr. Lewandowski could firstly indicate whether those requests for inclusions are already, whether they were properties that were already in the operative district plan, and then obviously to come back with his recommendation on each of those groupings. So nothing for you to worry about. I'm just providing some homework for Mr. Lewandowski, and I'm sure he'll appreciate that. But thanks again for the graphics. I really can relate to.
I didn't actually do this in time for the deadline to send it. So shall I send it all to Jazz?
If you could email it to Jazz, that would be appreciated.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's us. Thank you very much, Ms. Watson. That's all right.
Excuse me, could you speak up a
Oh, yeah, sure.
So,
safest here?
Yep, it is. It's. That's what I said, and it's.
Thanks so much.
But I'll send you the days as well.
Okay, thank you.
looks like we've got a change of scene. Brewer, you and your clients, ready to roll.
Musical chairs.
Have your recirculated evidence. I'd like to over to you.
Is it on? Can you hear me? I can hold it down. Okay. Read the manual before you start. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. We are here today to talk specifically more about the character precinct around my client's property, number 22 Bedwell Street. We are going to start by actually my client talking to, you have read my evidence. I will summarize it after he has given his.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. O'Reilly.
Not sure I need the microphone, Mr. Chairman. There you go. Thanks for taking the time to hear from us today. My name is Phil O'Reilly, and this is my wife, Julie Saddington. And we're the owners of 22 Bedwell Street, Mount Cook, through our family trust. I know Linda, and you've just heard, has made submissions on our behalf, a number of submissions through this process, and we'll hand over to her in a minute, as you've just heard, to give some technical evidence to you. Before I do that, though, Julie and I came along today to talk about why we've made submissions on the district plan, as a true believer in democracy, and why we think they're important, these submissions. We moved back to Wellington after some years abroad, living in Sydney, and one of the reasons we moved back to Wellington was because of its special character and heritage. I've lived in Wellington for long periods of time, twice in my life now, and we love the city. We specifically tried to buy a house in the inner city fringe because we thought it was what made Wellington so beautifully livable. And that gave it a really unique character amongst cities of its type around the world. And I can assure you, when people from around the world come to visit us, they comment on that, those beautiful old wooden villas that we're all so familiar with, that form such an integral part of Wellington's streetscape. Julie and I have invested a great deal of money in the house over the years, and so have our neighbours on either side of us in Bedwell Street. And that, of course, is in our own self-interest to make it more livable and modern. But the house will outlive us. We've modernised it now for the next 100 years. And what we did was not just for our own self-interest, but also very much in our view, a contribution to the ongoing heritage of the city that we love and the character that makes it such a livable place. And we hope a continuing magnet for the talent that we so desperately need to make our city and region prosperous and successful. We want to thank the council for coming up with the concept of character precincts. We think that absolutely aligns to how we feel about the place we live. We also want to thank the council for acknowledging some of our earlier submissions, some of Linda's earlier submissions about the interface between those character precincts, including our house and development around it. We take a view that if you're going to be serious about character precincts, that we need to celebrate them, and they need to become part of the city landscape and the streetscape, so that not just we can enjoy them, but that others can enjoy them, to see some of the heritage of Wellington and to celebrate it in their daily lives. We agree with the City Council and government plans to increase affordability in our inner cities. That's a big part of the reason why Wellington is a great place to live and will continue to be with the mix of people here. But we also need character. We need houses that others want to buy, such as skilled migrants, managers, senior civil servants and so on, a mix of houses, including those wonderful heritage buildings of ours that we should celebrate and are indeed celebrated in much of the material that tells people to come to Wellington, including as workers or as tourists. One final point we noticed that the nature of our house and the surrounding houses is that the council has restricted our own capacity to develop our property because of its character. And we support that. We think it's important and we supported it at the time those changes were made, because otherwise we have a jigsaw of development in our city that neither respects heritage nor pays sufficient respect to affordability and other concerns. But if you're going to do that and say that our development opportunities are restricted, then I think there needs to be some quid pro quo to that in the context of making sure that we and others around us, including those who simply might walk past in the city, can enjoy that heritage that we and others have invested so heavily in. In that context, we're not trying to stand against urban densification. Indeed, we support it, so long as it's done in such a way that preserves the character of Wellington. But we do ask that you give due attention to our submission through Linda, that planning guidance should be more specific around the interface between precincts such as ours and the development that goes on around it. Otherwise, we risk what I call an urban bucket approach, where character precincts are surrounded by high rises that effectively render them pointless. I'll hand over to Linda now, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have after she's made her points. And once again, can I thank you for hearing us today, Linda?
In summary, my evidence, I'm not going to go into huge amount of detail, so I'm going to just focus on the core points. I'm of the opinion that these character precincts provide improved amenity for the people living in it, but it also provides improved amenity for the people surrounding the area. And to be able to continue those precincts to thrive, there is a good option to look at a better interface between that area and the surrounding environments. The NPSUD has limited our capability to look at a huge amount of kind of interface. You would have usually, from a planning perspective, potentially a really good kind of interface spaces between that. So I've focused my attention around first of all, providing policy guidance for when people in their high-rent residential zone apply for a new building, that the policy provides good guidance for decision makers and for the developer to understand what would be expected when they interface with a character precinct. So that's why I'm suggesting that the Policy 8 be improved and be given a bit more strength by adding 2 bullet points to the bottom. I'm not going to read them out specifically now. If you want me to, I can. The other point that I would like to make is we are proposing that when development do take place on surrounding property with regard to character precincts, that they are not just having slightly reduced height in relation to boundary setbacks, but also yard setbacks, that they have increased yard setbacks, just to provide a little bit of breathing space for character precincts. We do understand that there is some constraints with regard to the NPSUD in terms of heights and so forth, and that's why we are proposing only small changes, but that will just give a little bit of transition between the character precinct and the high residential zone, high density residential. That is basically my summary of my evidence. If you have any questions.
The second bullet point in your paragraph 23.
Yes.
The question I have is a technical question. I understand what you're talking about from terms of relief. Is that out of scope from the original submission? That's not the end of the world, but it's important that if it is, we record that, because the specific obligations, if we're persuaded by the merits of what you're suggesting, to note that because that goes down a separate track in terms of the decision-making process?
I would say yes, because we are asking something new in comparison with what it was originally. So it's still related in the sense that we did discuss and request the changes to Policy 8, but we are extending, requiring more changes to it.
And
A slightly new form of relief.
And the second question about extended yards, you say this will slightly reduce the development capacity. That's at paragraph 36. How slightly? The like obviously by the difference between 1.5 or 1 and
Yes.
3.
Yes.
But what is the impact of that on the development capacity? Because we've heard from Aotearoa at great length, telling us how important it is to justify every restriction on development development capacity compared to what's mandated by the NPSUD.
Well, first of all, it will only reduce it along the boundary that is next to a character precinct. So it's not all boundaries, it's only along that boundary. In terms of quantifying it, I have not gone and worked out how many square meters that will reduce building. Quite often those buildings would still provide some form of vehicle access. That in any case would need to be wider. So it could be that quite often that setback could be incorporated into the design with the vehicle access. So it becomes really hard to provide a realistic, quantifiable level of reduction in development capability.
Good news is that the requirement is to quantify where practicable. So I ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
Good morning, Ms. Brewer. Three things from me. Just in terms of your paragraph 23 again, I want to focus on the first bullet point, where you talk about presenting a form, design and scale that's sympathetic. The words form and scale did appear in the initial submission, but the word design didn't. What would you say in relation to that in terms of scope?
If I add a new word like design, you mean?
Yes.
Well, form and scale is quite closely linked to design.
You suggest they're a package?
They are a package. It just potentially just provides a little bit more clarity.
Sure. It's not a fatal issue, as the chair indicated. We just have to record those out of scope recommendations.
Yes.
Yep. What's the mechanism for giving effect to that policy?
It would be most likely the design guide.
That include the scale?
No, the scale would be, it would be a combination of the design guide and the standards.
Okay. And the mechanism for the second bullet point? Have facades and landscape treatments that manage bulk and dominance?
Well, that would also be a combination between the rules and the design guide.
You say the rules, the standards in particular?
Yes.
Is there a standard on landscaping in the joinings?
I don't think so in terms of high density residential design.
Okay.
From memory.
Yes.
Only on the medium density.
Yes. In that case, is it appropriate to include the word landscape treatments in that second bullet point if there's not a mechanism to?
Although you have a design guide, and to be honest, I didn't do a detailed assessment of the
Yes.
design guide
Yeah.
because I didn't include that as part of our submission.
That's fine. All I'm suggesting is if we work around with those policy changes, we don't want them. Well, it's important that they're not there in a vacuum, that
Yes,
there is some rule to implement them. So, well, maybe that's something that Mr. Lewandowski and Mr. Patterson can give some thought to in their reply. The next question is, I appreciate you linking the policy additions back to the objectives, because at the end of the day, that's the test. And you've identified policy UFDO 7. But you also identified policy UFDO 8. I just wonder whether you might accept that UFD 8 is more dealing with what happens within the character precincts than what's outside them.
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
And just finally, just because I might not be thinking clearly this morning, can you just take me through the relief to HRZF4 boundary setbacks on paragraph 35? Is it just the additional standard at the end, at the bottom of the table that you're recommending?
Currently, that's what I'm recommending, although I do realise there could be potential flow-on effects in terms of that setback and some other rules that would need to be considered.
Okay, so all yards would be the front, side and rear.
Yeah, sorry, say again.
Or when you, the term all yards adjoining a heritage building, that would be the front, side and rear yards.
Yes. Well, would it be the front if there's a road?
Well, that's
Fronting
that's
it.
my question to you.
Yes, if there's a road in front of it, that would not make sense. It would be when it is directly adjoining.
I suppose that would be self-correcting. If it's a road, by definition, it's not going to be adjoining a heritage item. I don't think
Yes,
there are any
although-
heritage roads.
Although in planning, I've heard very interesting interpretations of what's adjoining.
Yes.
The difference between what's adjoining and what's adjacent, we've had this argument for.
Yeah, and it might come down to whether there's a centre line approach to zones and precincts, and
Yes.
maybe Mr. Patterson, that's just a general topic for you to report back on.
I think that this would be, the yard is on the site, therefore by it's what is the next site. If the road may have the same zoning, but it's going to be.
I think the term is of those additional words that Ms. Brewer is suggesting is the term heritage area or character precinct. That are probably the two, and where those boundaries exist. I think that the building and the structure.
So what is the boundary of the heritage precinct?
And the heritage area. Yeah.
Good point. Thank you.
The wording could potentially read a heritage, or what's it? All yards adjoining a site to a site with a heritage building, heritage structure, or heritage area.
Yes.
Bring in the word aside.
Okay. And just struck me. And finally, what's the metric of 3 meters? How did you derive that?
I worked on the principle that 3 meters would be wide enough for one vehicle access as a minimum, as a guide. So it will make that there would be space that can be used for a vehicle to access the building. So it wouldn't be space that would be potentially completely lost. It is also a space, obviously, for a bit of landscaping and so forth, but it also would be a little bit more meaningful space if you need to bring in other services or anything like that that can be next to the building.
Ms. Brewer,
1 meter is just for pedestrians.
yeah, I can understand that, the logic of that argument in relation to side boundaries,
Yes.
but I don't know that it applies as forcefully to the front and rear boundary argument in terms of the vehicle access.
Yes, I understand. The rear boundary access would be more, they're also quite often used for services. in buildings, and it would potentially create more space for some landscaping back,
But that would be,
or usable space.
yeah, that would be on a voluntary basis as opposed to a mandatory requirement for landscaping, presumably.
Yes, if it's not 3 meters.
Yes. Do you think there is a case to be made for a variable setback depending on whether it's the front, side or rear?
It could be, however, it's more about providing a little bit of distance to the character precinct. You want to create enough of a setback that it is functional, although you don't want to impact on too much of the development capability of the site that is subject to the setback.
Understood. Thank you for that.
Just sort of further on the setbacks, just sort of looking at Bidwell Street here, and and as with all character, not all, but most character precincts, the houses are right close to the road, and then to the rear of the house there tends to be a garden area. And so I just wondered if you'd thought that, that creates some space anyway, like, when you're looking at the surrounding area that's the 21 metre height, it's generally to the rear of those sites. I just wondered if you'd taken that into account, that in fact there is a green space to the rear of the existing dwellings.
Well, all in character precincts, because it's not, it's movement. Character precincts can still be redeveloped. It does not prevent them from being redeveloped. So you could still have infill housing at the back of those sites that will have to be, they have got their restrictions on them in terms of the character precinct, and they need to take obviously into consideration the design guide for the character precincts, but it can still be filled in by development, and that will mean that they would be lower. They would have been developed in a way that's sympathetic to the character precinct, but the building next to them could be right up to the boundary, very close to it, and could, as Phil explained, create a bit of a bucket effect. That's why just providing a bit of breathing space between the character precinct and the higher density zone would be beneficial.
So, I take your point. So the restriction is on the high density, medium density. If they were to redevelop to a more intensive site, the setback wouldn't apply to them.
Yes, it's only on high density.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Any questions?
Yes. Harping on with the 3 meters, I need to understand a few things too. First of all, depending on the site size, of course, having 3 meters on all 4 sides, that takes out quite a chunk of developable land.
Yes.
But in terms of the front in particular, do you see it as a different rule depending on where the existing houses sit in the character area? Because if they sit 15 meters back from the road, or then there will be quite, I imagine, a difference if the character houses sit right on the front and don't have a front yard themselves, or if those buildings sit relatively deep back into the side.
I think it links more to the fact that when there's a road, it's not, it wouldn't be adjacent to the heritage precinct. So if the road and the character precinct, if the character precinct is separated by a road from the high density zone, we're not requiring the setback. So it doesn't matter if the building is right on the front boundary or setback. We are suggesting only for boundaries that's adjoining directly with the sites that are subject to the character precinct, that there would be a setback. So it wouldn't be
that
on all.
The question is, there might be situations where you have character buildings in the same block as the high density that will change, but those character buildings might either sit right in the back of their property with a big front yard, or they might actually be sitting right at the front of the property with no front yard or very little front yard. Are you suggesting that the 3 meters is a one size fits all? It doesn't matter where those character buildings sit on their property?
Yes, basically I'm saying it's just it would become quite difficult to capture that, and potentially quite impractical in terms of the district plan to have varied measurement based on where the location of the character building is. I think if it is in that sense just a straightforward 3 meter setback from the yard joining the character precinct, it would make it much easier for developers and planners to implement.
The other question I have is with regards to policy 8. The section 42 author has actually responded to your request and put a separate bullet point in response to the site context, particularly where it is located adjacent to heritage buildings, structures or heritage area or character precincts. You have actually provided us with some different words with regards to your paragraph 23, with stating that presenting a form, design and scale that is sympathetic towards the heritage building. What do you see the difference in the meaning of the wording between response to the context or is sympathetic towards?
I think it's stronger. It is definitely using stronger words than just presenting a form that is response to the site context. So I would say it strengthens the wording around the interface with the with the character precinct. So I've included the wording for heritage building, heritage structure and heritage area, although our focus is more around the character precinct. That is definitely because 22 Bitwell Street is in the character precinct. We have not focused on all, not done an analysis on all the heritage precincts and so forth. It was finding that, first of all, we were very happy that they did add the extra bullet point, because it was completely silent on how to actually deal with any form of interface between the buildings, between the precinct and the high density zone.
Yep.
So we were very happy that, but we did feel like it could be stronger and give more guidance as part of the development process for both the developer and the decision maker.
In your next bullet point in 23, you are talking, as you did initially in your submission, about managing bulk and dominance and reduce overlooking. Now, in terms of bulk and dominance, if we are thinking about a high density building with, I don't know, 10 meters, 12 meters, 14, managing bulk and dominance, how much bulk, how big, you know, that you're saying in your initial one, you're saying that does not represent development that is over bulk or height. What is over bulk or height?
Well, over bulk or height would be going higher than what the so what happens with developments, they would often go over height than what the permitted baseline or permitted height is in terms of the district plan. Oh. So in my original submission, I was saying that, you know, you would want to discourage over height and bulk in terms of any buildings being next to character precincts. here I didn't say that they need to be over height, they can't be over height or bulk. I was just saying that they need to be managing it. So in that way, you can manage your bulk and your height. I'm not referring here to height at all, but a bulk and dominance, and that would be quite often through, first of all, the rules is supporting that through reduced height in relation to boundary setbacks for buildings next to character precincts. So that was a really positive outcome that was brought back into the rules, into the standards. Another way would be through the treatment of facades and through landscaping, because that can break down the perception and feeling of bulk. It softens it on the residential areas next to those buildings.
And would you see these tools for management appearing somewhere in the design guidelines?
Some of them I have not checked in detail in terms of landscaping. However, there would definitely be treatments in terms of facades, I would expect. Because my submission was not around the design guide, I did not go into detail into that.
Just in terms of how can we actually ensure that these things are managed and give some guidance on how they need to be managed, because just saying they need to be managed,
Yes.
what does that mean? That means different things for different people. So obviously there needs to be somewhere a guide that says how to manage these things. Yeah. Thanks very much. That's it.
Anything for any more? Thank you very much, all. We appreciate your time and your input. And, stepping into the breach about 30 seconds after you're on.
Well prepared helps, Mr. Chairman.
Looks like we have an adjournment until next minute, and we'll proceed when we have someone to proceed with.
Thanks. Thank you.
Great, now because it's submitted before.
That's it. Yes. Ms. Mallinson,
Yes.
would you care to step forward and come and talk to us? Make yourself at home. If the microphone showing green, she's
Green now, yes.
good to go.
Thank you.
So what would you like to tell us?
Well, my name is Anne Mallinson. I've lived in Oriental Bay for 43 years. My husband and I purchased a small apartment in Grass Street in 1979. And in 1999, we moved into an apartment in Oriental Parades. So I've got a fairly wide experience of life in Oriental Bay. I know Oriental Bay well. I was part of the original court case in the Environment Court in 1999, which I know is well known to you commissioners. I was president of the Oriental Bay Residents Association from 2018 to 21. And I'm still on the OBRA, we call it OBRA committee, as immediate past president. Nothing has changed about the very high value of the views up to Mount Victoria since Judge Kenderdine reached her conclusion in that case. I do find it strange that there's an assumption that we will have 80,000 extra people wanting to live in Wellington in the coming years. That assumption is based on research that was done before the COVID epidemic. It's now generally agreed that those figures no longer apply. What is so special about Oriental Bay is that it attracts both the young and the old, locals and overseas visitors alike. The beach is the main beach for Wellington. Actually, we call it the People's Beach. The walk along the parade is popular with both locals and overseas visitors. I've heard overseas visitors exclaim with delight at the juxtaposition of heritage houses with modern apartment buildings. This variety gives Oriental Bay a special character of its own. Should it be decided that Oriental Bay should not have its variable heights protected in Oriental Bay, the result will be a wall of high apartments and little will be achieved because such buildings seldom provide affordable housing. I strongly recommend that Oriental Bay is given the status of precinct because it's a very special place and is an important element in the beauty and character of Wellington. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mallinson. I should tell you that you were preceded by your successor, Mr. Meehan, this morning. So he's already warmed us up about the virtues of Oriental Bay. And I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions of you.
Thank you.
Well, nor do I. I think we, Mr. Meehan exhausted our questions. but we are grateful for you taking the time to come and see us. I think it's always important to be able to put a face to the written submission. It means more that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should I give you all a copy of what I've said?
Yeah, that would be appreciated if you could give Jazz in the corner a copy. She'll circulate it.
I give them to Jazz, right?
That's great. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Jazz. Right, which way do I go? This way?
You can go either way.
Are we expecting VicLabour? Okay. Okay, we will adjourn until the next submitter arrives. Resume the hearing. Mr. Lockhart, are you out there?
I am, kia ora. Oh,
All
sorry,
right.
Claire. I might not be able to do anything about that thing of light, sorry.
I think we can cope. We can see you sort of like through the beam of light.
Brilliant, can you hear me okay?
All good.
Great. I can just get started then if you like.
Please do.
Awesome, thank you for allowing me to zoom in. So tēnā koutou, ko Henry Lockhart tōku ingoa. I'm a 21-year-old renter here in Wellington. I did my bachelor's degree in policy and politics. I've worked and lived in student accommodation, and I'm currently a student teacher placing in Aotearoa College, which is where I'm zooming in from now. So apologies if you hear kids after the lunch bell goes. I'm here today primarily though in my capacity as chair of VicLabour, which is the Wellington branch of Young Labour. So with that, I'm advocating directly on behalf of our hundreds of members locally who form our membership, and I hope also in the interest of the wider youth population, renters, and everyone who wishes to call Wellington home, but whose chances of doing so or current experiences of doing so are detrimentally affected by the current housing policies of this council. So there are several aspects of the district plan, including in this stream, that I'd love for us to be able to have submitted on, but with our members being very busy at the moment and with limited capacity, I'm here just focusing on the character protections under the RMA. I also apologise if I was meant to provide a written summary, but very happy to provide my speaking notes if that's helpful and engage in dialogue once I'm finished. The crux of
before you go on, yes, we will take you up on that. If you could, after we've finished, if you could email your speaking notes to Jazz, that would be helpful.
Fabulous, thank you. So the crux of my argument today to commissioners is that character protections as proposed by council are not justifiable under the RMA. I think it's section 77J. Specifically, character protections I don't think can be reasonably defined as qualifying matters incompatible with rezoning, nor have the character protections been justified as outweighing the costs and broader impacts of their limiting effects on housing supply. The government and responsible ministers have been, I think, very clear that the driving force of these reforms is to enable high density housing in areas able to facilitate it well, near cities, towns, good transport links, and medium density housing everywhere else as the default, with some well-defined and justified exceptions. We're very supportive of this, given the well-established link between zoning and house prices, rents, ongoing infrastructure costs, carbon emissions, and all of the things that flow from these, including the well-being of communities. We can see that while Auckland rents have gone down in real terms since their unitary plan, Wellington rents have skyrocketed and become the most expensive in the country. And despite a recent drop, house prices are drastically unaffordable. It's vital for the city's future that we prioritise new housing to the point where we don't just accept any objection to housing as good enough anymore. That we recognise that Wellington already has a card stacked against us because of topology and other factors, and that predicting how much permitted development will translate into realised development is imprecise, and that given that we should not just be aiming to meet predicted population growth, but to make the settings as conducive as possible for new housing in the places people want to live. One of the potential qualifying matters singled out in the RMA is giving effect to heritage orders. According to the Ministry for the Environment, heritage orders can be qualified for on the basis of a huge raft of things: special interest, character, intrinsic or amenity value or visual appeal, special cultural, architectural, historical, scientific, ecological or other interests, special significance to tangata whenua for spiritual, cultural or historical reasons, even the land surrounding a proposed protected place to ensure the protection or enjoyment of the values being protected. So quite an expansive and holistic set of criteria, and those have been in large part around since 2003. So unsurprisingly, there is already significant heritage protection in Wellington, as I'm sure you're aware. The Qualifying Matters Capacity Assessment Report, released in November, found that heritage order protections reduce the realisable capacity for housing by nearly 2,000. And as much as the Gordon Wilson Flats protection has dented my faith in heritage orders somewhat, I acknowledge the significance and importance of these protections. Character protections, on the other hand, are not heritage protections. If a particular site carries so much character value, then by all means, I'd encourage people to apply for Heritage Protection Authority and be assessed externally through this rigorous process. But the swathes of character protections the council proposes are remnants to me of a city unconcerned with housing supply that required resource consents to develop any pre-1930s housing across huge chunks of the inner suburbs where people want to live. I heard in a previous set of submissions to the council that we should be cautious in allowing for higher density housing, because if we're not careful, we'll get urban slums with small dingy rooms, poor quality of life, in contrast to the supposedly well-maintained villas. I remember thinking that this person must not have talked with a poor young renter in a long time, because while some villas are obviously lovely, and I don't imagine that many of their owners will sell them for development anytime soon, it's far from the most common experience of young people. Students line up in long queues for the 4th, 12th, 20th time, stomaching all the issues with the flat that they're visiting in desperate hope that they'll finally get accepted. Many of the nicer flats that I know have been secured by people whose parents could afford to buy the house outright and then rent it to them cheap. On the other side of the inequality, I have a friend who lived in a Mount Cook villa so mouldy that he was sent to hospital. I know of several people who have had to find temporary accommodation while their rooms were demolded. Why did they let it get to that point, despite their rights as renters? I think because the housing crisis is so bad in Wellington that people don't have the power to insist on their rights as renters, because ultimately there aren't enough available places. Last night I went and checked out the existing character protection maps, and they were actually labelled heritage maps, which I think reinforces that these character protections circumvent the genuine heritage order process, putting in a kind of secondary way of classing those same sort of characteristics. I was amazed to find my previous flat right in the middle of one of these zones on the terrace, just a 10-minute walk up from the road from council offices. I was amazed because my experience of living there was of always having the lights on because there was no natural light, having a bedroom too small to fit a double bed and a desk also with no direct light, having flatmates get sick from the damp in their rooms, chucking out mouldy clothes quite often, running the dehumidifier well past the winter months, and we still only got that dingy flat because we had a connection to the prior tenants and could leverage that. You can even tell that the flat's dingy from the outside. If anything, it's an eyesore, but it's still got character protection. Yes, the character areas have been reduced down in the proposal, but I think they are conceptually flawed and at odds with the housing priorities of Wellington and the RMA. The reduced character protections are still modelled by the Qualifying Matters Capacity Assessment Report to reduce housing by over 2,000 realisable homes, which is more than the heritage protections. That's 1 in 50 new homes not being created because of character protections. Imagine the impact if, given the housing crisis we're in, we removed 2% of the housing supply. But because it's future growth in housing supply, people dismiss the importance of an additional 2,000 homes. I was also shocked to hear an elected official in the previous term say that future generations are not a concern in this discussion, only current landowners. I hope we can all agree that future generations are a core consideration in this debate. The report also says that character precincts are generally more realisable for new housing than other areas because of their proximity to the city centre, and that with character precincts, more residential development is likely to occur within commercial centres or further afield, which I think is a pretty clear strike against the directive of the NPSUD to focus development around amenity. There's also so much more to livability than having aesthetically consistent housing. Being able to affordably live where you want to live, whether that's to be close to your friends, your whānau, your work, your education, is far, far more important. I came to Wellington in 2020 of all years to get the coolest little queer capital experience, and I got it because I could put up with the high rents in the central city, thanks to a lot of privilege falling my way. But I know from working in student accommodation that increasingly people are missing out on this, in part because we put so much weight on the supposed character of these swathes of our most desirable suburbs. There's even a whole chapter in the district plan on design guides that will make sure that these new buildings are built warm, dry, meet the minimum size, light and window standards that were not a thing when these old houses were built and are not currently enjoyed by many of these residents, except perhaps those with the pockets deep enough to renovate their houses while still meeting the stringent regulations. People say that there are plenty of houses planned for and that we shouldn't rush to add extra capacity. I've heard people say that we can rezone cautiously and then do more later if needed. But when weighing up how ambitious to be, I urge commissioners to think of the people, past, present and future, who feel so insecure in their crappy housing that they get sick before they raise the alarm bells. To think about the people who have moved away from their loved ones, their places of work, their places of study, because they couldn't afford to live here, least of all in one of our desirable character suburbs. We've taken a cautious approach to zoning for decades. It's come back to bite us, and I don't see a quick fix. What we do have is a chance to prioritise allowing more housing where people want to live and where they can live well. And I hope we take up that opportunity. Thank you for listening. Very happy to take questions and discuss further.
Mr. Lockhart, interesting perspective, and you're not the only person to put that perspective to us. So I'm not saying you're not unique, but that's a positive. I was intrigued by your comment that the MPSUD focus or directive is to focus development on amenity. And we've had a lot of commentary on the NPSUD, but I think that's the first time anyone's suggested to us that it's focused on enhancing amenity. So would you care to explain what you mean?
Sure, sorry, I might not be perfectly clear. Maybe, I mean, I think it does go hand in hand with improving amenity. You know, there's a positive loop between developing housing in an area and then having supporting infrastructure, both in terms of, you know, physical infrastructure, places for recreation, all of that. And those tend to build into each other. But I think more my point was that the focus of the NPSUD is to have the development occur in those places where people can, you know, walk to work or can be in the hustle and bustle of the city if that's where they want to be, have good transport links so that they're not having to buy a car, you know, clog up the roads, have all those infrastructure ongoing and emission costs of living out in the suburbs where there aren't good transport links. So I mean more that the directive is to build where there is already amenity, and those things I think then do go complementary going forward.
And the second question is that the proposition has been put to us by other submitters that these character homes provide rental accommodation at present, as you've said. Some of them don't provide very satisfactory rental accommodation, but it is a roof over your head nonetheless. But that if they were redeveloped, the land value, precisely because of the attractiveness of living close to the city, will price those renters out of the market. Basically, the theory is that they'll be expensive apartments, and so it's a zero-sum game. The renters are out on their ear. Those with the money to buy the expensive apartments will have a home, all right. But that's not. But it's with the negative social consequences that follow. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I've definitely heard that argument. I think, of course, people are currently living in these flats, and a lot of them will. I have friends who live in like Mount Vic and character areas, and you know, I lived in the character area, and sure, some people will say, yeah, there's lots of pretty houses. It's a nice town. It feels very quiet, but then they might also say that they actually don't have any friends who live near them, or that they have to come into the city or go and travel elsewhere to go and do things like work or all those other parts of life, because we've artificially said that if you live somewhere like Mount Victoria, it's as if you're living out in a, you know, almost remote suburb, even though you're near the city. I think that there's so much more to be gained in having more population density in these really desirable areas than there is to be lost. And all of the people who then get to live there in the future, that's a huge benefit to them. And I think that enriches the whole community. I also forgot to give an example earlier about, I think those centres near the city, like Mount Vic, that are right next to so much amenity, shouldn't be a ghost town where there's just, you know, relatively small density of people living there. That's an opportunity to have that kind of living that should be extended to far more people if they want to. And in terms of having the housing development just for high-end people, I don't think that's the case. If you talk to economists, I think they'll say that adding additional supply is spread across the level of the market. I think the modelling shows that a lot of the new housing prevented by the character protections will be that kind of medium density terraced housing, which I think will appeal to a lot of first home buyers and maybe those more long-term rentals. Having the the option of developing, that additional, I guess, price incentive will encourage development. That means more people get to live there. And with more supply of housing, that will have a downward pressure on rents, and there will still be people. So, you know, just, I think it's basic economics that so many more people can live there, that puts reduced pressure. I know that the Mount Cook, there's a bunch of complexes of 5-bedroom flats in Mount Cook, and I know so many students who live there, and the rents feel incredibly cheap compared to other places, because there just isn't, we just don't allow for that type of kind of medium to high density, modest living in most of the city. So I think it would have a very positive effect on rents and people's lived experiences. And if there wasn't demand for them, then they wouldn't get built anyway. So there's quite a ramble of different answers to the question, but I hope that gives some idea. If there's any points you want me to be more specific on, I can.
I think your last point, if there's no demand, they won't get built, is a point that I've discussed with the economists who have given evidence and said the proposition I put to them that other than KiwiRail that has social objectives, what commercial developer is going to build in advance of demand? The commercial incentive is to build when you can maximize your return, so that in effect the only people who are going to build cheap rentals are those who are doing it for social reasons, who are either the government, the proxies of government, or to the extent they're in that business, charitable organisations. Like I think of the churches, like the Presbyterian Church building its own retirement units, because I've lived in Dunedin, which where it's very active in that space. So what's the answer? That like the profit motive is real, and so I'm thinking, who's actually going to build these units? Like you said, if there's no demand, people won't build them. But is that at the heart of the problem? That the solution is to, as you say, to exceed demand and crash the price effectively.
Oh, I mean, to pick up on the social stuff, if this enables, I know KiwiRail already has some special powers, but if this rezoning excites KiwiRail community housing providers, and I guess the government through KiwiRail partnerships and whatnot to develop socially aimed housing in these areas, that alone is such a good outcome from it. But if we look at Auckland, I think you've seen a range of development, multi-unit development, apartment types and terrace housing and such across the areas of the city where they have allowed development. And I mean, one of my family members got their first home in one of these developments, and it was a fairly modest place, and I wouldn't call it affordable from my perspective, but by any metric it relatively is. I think there is a range of buildings that will be made, and maybe a lot of those first home buyers and long-term renters, and then that also has downward effects on prices in other areas and takes demand off the lower end of the market. So whether you look at it in terms of, I hate the trickle-down kind of theory approach, but there is an aspect, I think, of if you flood demand in one part of the market, that does free up supply in one area, that does free up supply in other parts of the market. So I think it's both. And I mean, there are other parts of the district plan that could encourage those developments from providers, but ultimately, if they didn't happen, it's not like there's any negative outcomes from this. And I don't think it's worth thinking about, but ultimately, you know, we want to be as conducive as possible to, if the conditions meet it, to meet that future housing demand. We don't know how much demand will increase in the future, how much, yeah. So I think we just make the settings as conducive as possible, and then based on experience in Auckland and elsewhere, I think we will see a range of developments being done that will have positive outcomes.
I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
Good morning, Mr. Lockhart, Commissioner McMahon here. Thanks for your presentation. I've enjoyed listening to it. I only have one question, and it was just a clarification about a reference to a report that you made early on in your presentation. It was a report from, I think, last November. I didn't quite get the reference. It was about, I think you termed it a qualification report regarding the reduction in capacity by 2000. Can you just, have you got the full reference to that report?
Yeah, I do have it open here. I think. So I found it on the council website. It's called it's that Property Economics Wellington City Qualifying Matters Capacity Assessment November report, and on page somewhere near the bottom, I will find it. It has the table showing the effect with and without the qualifying matters, and it breaks it down by qualifying matter, and character precincts. Even reducing the criteria down from feasible to realisable dwellings, it has character precincts as having a negative effect of over 2,000, I guess, dwellings, which is around 2%. And I know that there's some criticism of 2% is not much, but as I tried to point out, the 1 in every 50 homes is a significant amount, and yeah.
Thank you for that. I am familiar with that report. I wasn't sure whether that was the one you were referring to.
Yes.
Thank you.
No worries. I was also going to talk a bit about the cost-benefit analysis. The costs that identified economic terms included things. I think the two were the potential that you then have to have some infrastructure costs to upgrade the housing, which is kind of a given, and that's going to be the case anywhere. And then the other one was that I think people currently living there would have the effects of, I should make sure I'm actually getting that right, but then the positive effects economically were, I think, exactly what the directive of the RMA now is to do, which was around increasing the number of dwellings, which was seen as a likely outcome, and reducing the infrastructure costs elsewhere.
Thank you. I didn't really have a question, but I just wanted to clarify. So you're aware that the operative district plan had a set area for character precincts. The proposed district plan revised that and reduced that. And then the section 42 has in some areas incorporated some extra pieces that were in the original operative district plan. I just want to clarify, what you're saying is that the character precincts don't comply with 77J. So is that what you're saying? So as a qualifying matter, you don't consider that they meet the criteria to become a qualifying matter?
Yeah, oh sorry, I think I'm having some video issues. Let me know if my sound stops working. I think that the government was very aware that character protections have been used very liberally in the past, and they have, I think that there was intention in listing certain qualifying matters kind of already a given, including heritage orders, and then they did have that kind of catch-all provision, with a higher bar within it that had to be met. And I think that, I mean, it's up, obviously you're the experts in weighing up the costs and benefits, but from my perspective, the impetus of the housing reforms and the directive in the RMA is to prioritise this new housing unless there's a really good reason not to. And I just see as I try to lay out the logic behind character precincts, to me, is that these character areas haven't met the bar to be heritage protected, but we still like them. They're aesthetically pleasing or consistent, so we should qualify it. And I don't think that stacks up given the crisis that we've got and the tangible negative impacts that will have on future housing supply by having those protections, even though they have been slimmed down. I mean, if progress is still progress, I'd be pleased to see commissioners reject the proposed increase back of character protections, but I really want to fundamentally challenge whether they are justified at all, and I'm sure there'll be discussions on that. But yeah, that was my position.
Thank you. So we've had several submitters say to us that a lot of the character areas are in fact historic areas. And it's just something that I've just heard you say yourself, that the historic value within those character precincts, is something that Wellington has valued in the past.
Oh, absolutely. People assign some value to the character value of these areas, but I mean, I'm not sure how it works in terms of being overlap, but there are significant numbers of sites that have historic and character as separate. I see them as, so I see character as going for some of the same goals, but with a lower bar, kind of circumventing that proper process. I think it looks like a very comprehensive, rigorous process the Ministry for the Environment has to put in heritage orders, and I don't really see why character areas are needed on top of that. Absolutely, some people have liked that idea of having the character protections, but I challenge anyone to go and tell those people living in those, you know, grotty villas that are hard to renovate, or where they want to move to a nicer place, but there aren't options for them, to say that, you know, because we want your street to look all the same, we're not going to build in this area where people really want to live right next to the city. We're going to keep it really sparse of housing because we think the street looks nice, even though there isn't any particularly special heritage value to the point of meeting that heritage order. So, yeah.
Sure. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Another point that submitters have made to us, Lockhart, is that you as you've referred, they're sparsely populated. The point, the contrary position has been put to us, suggesting that those inner city areas are in fact quite densely populated because they're on small sections, cheek by jowl. This is not the quarter-acre Pavlova paradise of, you know, large estate-type properties. What's your response?
Yeah, well, to the extent that they are somewhat compact, I think that also negates the argument that there are these really high-quality housings that will be complete, you know, compared to these supposed urban slums that we'll get with apartments. But I don't think that's probably the main point of debate for you guys, so I'll move on from that. I mean, obviously, to an extent, they are, you know, there are houses, they don't have huge, you know, half-acre properties, but if there was not going to be a positive impact of densifying, then the reports wouldn't say as such. There's clearly demand to have more dense living there, you know, not just apartment buildings, but, you know, multi-unit dwellings a few stories high, terraced housing, and that would significantly improve the number of people who can enjoy these high amenity places and add to the community of those places. And yeah, I just don't think it washes to say they're fairly tight together, therefore we shouldn't change. We know the impact of using that principle across the inner suburbs to date, and it's a very inelastic housing market where as soon as we get some housing demand pressure, the prices skyrocket, and people are, I know people who've literally moved city because it's been so unaffordable for them that, you know, having an argument for why the housing is nice as it is doesn't wash against what we've actually seen in terms of the effects that's had on people's ability to live here. So I think the impetus has to be to allow this higher density housing. And again, it's not requiring anyone to demolish their property. It's allowing people to respond to demand to housing and consider housing more people if they want to have that development.
Commissioner Lewis, any questions?
Mr. Lockhart, just as a clarification, you have been saying that there is a proposed character protection over the terrace where you have been living.
Sorry, I should correct that. I'll let you finish though. Yeah.
Yeah, the question was that there is, as far as I understand, no protection anymore, and it's not even proposed by the Section 42 review to put it there. What's your background on that?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I left a note for myself to improve my phrasing there. I did mean to I meant when I said it was part of the current plan, I meant part of the current operative plan, not the proposed one. Okay. Apologies for that confusion. So yes, I'm pleased to hear that it's not being proposed to be reintroduced, but the reason I still talk to that point is because I think it shows not just that the character areas need to be narrowed down a bit, but that fundamentally they were based on, you know, nostalgia and criteria that just don't meet the bar in the housing crisis. And I know of places in Mount Cook and Mount Vic that are still proposed to be under character protection that might look pretty from the outside, maybe prettier than my flat did, but I still think the arguments around the livability is just so much more important and is what the RMA is directing to be the priority here. So, sorry if that caused any confusion, but I think
that's all right.
The principle still stands.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We can ask those questions to actually clarify these things. That's no problem. Another thing is the NPSUD is actually asking not just for housing, there is also a request for a number of different housing types. Now, we have at the moment a proposal from council that we have character precincts, and the proposal is that those character precincts have a medium density zoning over them. Because of those character areas, or some of them, being close enough to the city that they are theoretically a city centre zone. Now, in the city centre zone, we don't have medium density housing. In the city centre zone, we have high density, which means if we are taking the character precincts out, the scenario that you were saying just before, that are medium density and there can be some terraced houses and this and this and that, that will most likely not occur because the property prices are extremely high and the developers have a certain crucial mass that they need to build before it becomes feasible for them. So at the end of the day, I can't quite see the picture that these areas will become medium density terraced housing, lovely little livable areas, but more the 200 square metre sites that many of those properties have, with 16 stories on top. I'm just wondering what your response to that is.
Sure, no, thank you for picking me up on that. You're quite right that I was mainly talking to those ones within what would be the walking catchment in the high density zone. So you're completely right on that. There are also, of course, character areas in those areas that would be zoned for medium density out in, there's some still significant areas out in Newtown that I think are so well suited for at least medium density. But yeah, you're right. In the places like Mount Victoria, Thorndon, many of those areas are, as you say, the whole point of the NPSUD is that within these walking catchments of the city, you have high density housing, and the character precincts are carving out significant chunks of those areas that are prime for high density development. And yeah, I acknowledge that your implicit point that having a minimum of 6-story developments here does have more of an effect on the height of the buildings in that street than a 3-story complex. There are already blocks, I'm not sure how tall they go, but I think there are already some apartment blocks that go well above 3 stories in Mountain Vic, and I think people accept that as part of the landscape. And change is never completely comfortable for people next to them, but if the reality is if we don't allow change in one place, it will happen elsewhere. And I think little compromises around having some apartments in those central suburbs where there didn't used to be many. I think that's a perfectly acceptable cost for the benefit of allowing people to live in those high amenity areas where they want to live. So yeah, again, thank you for picking me up on that. But yeah.
Just in addition, and that's the last thing from me, with that variety of housing that is requested to be provided, would you say that this is actually providing certain housing in certain areas and only, like, for example, there is then not much of a variety in the city centre that will be all high rise, and the other typologies of housing will be elsewhere?
Actually, I just remembered, as you asked that question, with regards to your previous question, I think the analysis showed that the character areas, the heritage protections largely block apartments, but the character precincts blocks just over 600 units of apartments, 86 standalone, and 1,400 terraced housing. So the majority of those 2,100 houses that are reduced because of character precincts, the majority of those are terrace housing. So I'm intrigued as to how that washes with what we were just talking about with the high density, but it looks like the modelling in that report I've been referring to on realisable residential capacity is actually predominantly terrace housing with some apartments as well. Sorry, could you remind me what your most recent question was? And that's on page 28 of that report if anyone's interested.
Yep.
Sorry, could
just note that down. The question was, do you see that the NPSUD was actually proposing that there are certain areas, when they were requesting a variety of housing types, that they were requesting certain types in certain areas rather than a variety within an area.
Oh, variety across areas. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're proposing high density housing in those particular areas I rattled off earlier. I still think that within that there's variety of housing to an extent, right? It's not just going to be 18-story high-rise apartments. There can be a 6-story block or 8-story block that's, you know, more of a complex, maybe with a communal, you know, communal living spaces. And I think given the scarcity of land in these central areas, having more efficiently shared spaces like that could be very valuable. Yeah, I guess there is more emphasis on that, those different zones of development rather than specifying diversity within those. But I think the market will naturally produce some variety of housing within those zones, despite the minimum and maximum height limits.
Great, thanks very much for that.
Cheers. And obviously there'll still be some houses that remain as they currently are, so that will naturally have some diversity. And I think that's fine. If anything, I hear people always complain about how subdivisions always look identical. And then they love when I always find that people find it interesting when they're driving through neighbourhoods that have had development over different periods of time. They go, oh, look at that old house, look at that new modern house. I actually think most people, once it's been done, find it adds to the character of a neighbourhood, having different eras of building. And, you know, just because the recent subdivisions are all uniform in a recent period, they say they're ugly, but then, you know, we start to think that it's aesthetic when it's older. So I actually think there's potentially a lot of character to be added in the community by having different, you know, more variety of housing, and then within that more types of people who live there. So as well as the people who have owned the villas for generations or whatever, you'll also have young people able to live in an apartment without kids or whatever. Yeah, I'll stop rambling.
No worries, Mr. Lockhart. I think that's us. Thank you for beaming in from Aotearoa. Appreciate hearing from you.
Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to seeing the reports. Have a good one.
We now have the representatives of KiwiRail out there.
Good morning, tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Kristen Gunnell and I'm appearing as legal counsel for KiwiRail Holdings Limited, and I'm appearing with Mike Brown, who's the Group Managing Planner and Land Use for KiwiRail, and Kath Heppelthwaite, who is providing expert planning evidence on behalf of KiwiRail. And KiwiRail's legal submissions and evidence were pre-circulated, so we all just propose to speak to a summary of those documents. The key matter that I want to briefly address is just the 5 metre setback for all new buildings and structures adjoining the rail corridor. Firstly, turning to the legislative framework for the setback control, under section 77IE and section 77OE of the RMA, a qualifying matter includes a matter required for the purpose of ensuring the safe or efficient operation of nationally significant infrastructure. The New Zealand Rail Network is classified in the NPSUD as nationally significant infrastructure. In our submission, the controls sought by KiwiRail are matters to ensure the safe or efficient operation of the rail network, and therefore constitute qualifying matters as expressly contemplated by the RMA. The evidence of Mr. Brown and Ms. Heppelthwaite for KiwiRail will provide evidence on the need for these controls. So just briefly setting the scene for setbacks. As you'll be aware, they're a planning tool used to ensure the safe and efficient operation of a number of infrastructure, including the rail network. Setbacks reduce the potential conflict between the safe enjoyment and maintenance of buildings on adjacent properties and the operational rail corridor. And this has the following benefits. It increases safety for users of the land adjoining the rail corridor and users of the rail corridor itself. And it increases the efficiency of rail operations by mitigating against the risk of train services being interrupted by unauthorised persons or objects entering the rail corridor. KiwiRail does not agree with the reporting planner that a 1.5 metre setback is suitable for access to and for the maintenance of buildings and structures. Mr. Brown will provide evidence on the need for the setback to be 5 metres. A 5 metre setback is particularly important in the context of the enabling housing intensification provisions which potentially allow 3-storey buildings as permitted activity. Some parties consider that this problem can be solved by landowners just agreeing with KiwiRail to use the rail corridor when they need to maintain their houses or buildings, or don't have enough room on their own properties to safely access their buildings. In this way, the argument goes, KiwiRail is just no different from any adjoining landowner. You can just ask your neighbour if you need to pop over the fence to clear your gutters or paint your building. And with respect, our submission is this is not the same. We are not talking about popping over to the neighbour's place in your suburban street when you need to clear your gutters. Accessing a third-party residential property is not likely to be dangerous to either the person encroaching or the activities being undertaken on the neighbouring land. Encroachment in the rail corridor is an entirely different proposition and one which could have very significant consequences. We're talking about operational rail and freight corridors. The person encroaching is at risk from electrified lines and moving trains. This also then puts those operating and using the railway at risk. Having neighbours or developers want to use the corridor to maintain their own properties means either people's safety is at risk or a block of line has to be implemented. The 5-metre setback proposed by KiwiRail protects people from the potential safety risks of developing near the railway corridor and allows for the continued safe and efficient operation of nationally significant infrastructure. So in my submission, this proposed setback is pragmatic and reasonable. And that was the end of my prepared remarks. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now. Otherwise, hand over to Mr. Brown and then Ms. Hepplethwaite, and we can answer questions at the end.
Only one question, Ms. Gunnell. I understand the point you're making about the analogy with people popping over the fence to clear a gutter, but query whether the analogy is relevant in another sense. You can ask your neighbour if you can pop over the fence to clear your gutter, and the neighbour is perfectly able to say no. That's their choice. People can ask KiwiRail if it can cross its boundary and into the rail corridor, and it is perfectly able to say no. The only difference is that KiwiRail might have more valid reasons for saying no, but it's the right of a landowner to sort of my home is my castle kind of scenario. So I think the analogy is really questioning, well, why do we have to protect people from themselves? They know they can't cross the boundary without their neighbour's consent, or should do. And if they don't know, certainly the property lawyer who's advising them on a transaction will tell them that. Absolutely appreciate the question, and Mr. Brown will elaborate a bit on this, but there seems to be a psychology with people seeing rail corridor as public land that they are able to use. To the extent that they consider KiwiRail, they may not ask, they may just use. And I think the very real point here is the consequence of them using it is that they could suffer harm. And so allowing a safe amount of area to maintain and access your building is allowing for that access to happen without the very real risk that people may encroach and come to significant harm. The Kaingora proffered the suggestion, well, that if KiwiRail so concerned about people harming themselves, it can put up a fence and it can put up and can require their neighbour to pay half of it to boot. They didn't say that. That's my addition. Yeah. I'll again let Mr. Brown comment on this, but in terms of the urban area that the rail corridor runs along, KiwiRail's is not within its current operating budgets to look at fencing that length of urban area. And so allowing for a
plan that provides an appropriate setback is a great planning outcome that allows for access for maintenance while still allowing the rail corridor to operate.
Well, in that case, I'll just check with my colleagues, make sure they don't have any questions before we go to Mr. Brown. Yes, Mr. Brown.
Take myself off mute. Kia ora koutou. Ko Mike Brown, Taka Wingoa here, kai whakahaere mātua ki KiwiRail. So as Ms Gunnell said, I'm the Group Manager Planning and Land Use for KiwiRail. And I'd like to talk to you briefly and hopefully answer some of those questions just before, but talk to you briefly about the importance of rail in Wellington and also further Ms Gunnell's comments on setbacks and why we're looking at these. Firstly, rail, I think we probably can reasonably accept this point. Rail is a fundamental for the safe and efficient movement of goods and people and freight throughout Aotearoa. And I can say that with some certainty just based on the significant investment that that central government has and is making in the ongoing operation and expansion of the railway network. The benefits of rail are well known, and a key statistic that we use frequently is that rail generates at least 70% less carbon emissions per tonne of freight carried compared with the road equivalent. And if we're facing a scenario of decarbonising New Zealand, in particular decarbonising road transport, which accounts for approximately 51% of energy emissions in New Zealand, decarbonising freight is a key element to go. Rail clearly holds the keys in this area. Within the Wellington region, more specifically, the rail network facilitates a range of freight movements, including imports and exports from the Centreport and freight services to and from the South Island via the Inter-Islander ferry service, and provides critical passenger services within the Wellington metro area. And just on the metro area, there's 3 lines that are operated throughout. We have predominantly the Hutt Valley line, which then splits into the Melling line within that district. We have the Johnsonville line and we have the Kapiti line. Those are all significant rail generating activities, and with enormous frequencies on a weekly basis. Upwards of 670 trains on the Hutt Valley line alone, an additional 115 on the Melling link, the Melling line, and approximately 600 trains a week, each on the Kapiti and Johnsonville lines. It's our expectations that freight and passenger demands in rail will continue to grow, and in preparation for that growth, we're making a range of rail upgrades to the network within the Wellington region. And much of this is coming under the umbrella of a project which you might have heard of, you may not have, so I understand, that we refer to it as the WUMP, the Wellington Metro Upgrade Program, and that's part of the New Zealand Up funded projects. This project includes various upgrades to crossings, platforms, the installation of modern overhead power systems, and so on and so forth. It's critical that the ongoing operation and future development of the rail corridor is protected and provided for by including appropriate controls within Wellington City proposed district plan, such as the building setbacks from the rail corridor, which is my segue to the setbacks point. The purpose of the control for the setbacks is to provide a buffer from the rail corridor for the safety of adjoining residents. And I hear your point about the people will either do that or they won't do that. The thing with rail corridors is that rail corridors are a safety conscious area. We need to be critically aware of what is happening within those spaces for the safety of all, whether it be the safety of the people that are in them or the safety of the trains that are on them, and that includes the passengers that are carried within them. They mitigate by providing sufficient space for activities. Ms. Gunnell's given a good description of those. But the key thing to highlight here is that any interference with the rail corridor can be disruptive to rail services and poses significant risk to the safety of those living near the rail corridor, and particularly when the lines are electrified. And within Wellington, all lines are electrified. The reporting planner has recommended a setback standard of 1.5 metres. I do not consider this as sufficient and instead support a 5 metre setback. This setback would be sufficient to meet WorkSafe guidelines for scaffolding. It would be sufficient to allow space for mechanical access equipment needed to undertake the maintenance of buildings. And it would provide sufficient space for supporting structures to stabilise either the scaffolding, the people or the equipment to move around safely, including moving around the scaffolding. In the context of the proposed district plan, which enables intensification of development near the rail corridor and significantly increase in height of buildings adjacent to the rail corridor, it is critical that the setback controls are included to manage adverse effects on the safety of adjacent landowners and the operation of the rail corridor. Happy to take any questions.
Mr. Brown, again, putting to you a comment from Kaingaora. They observed that the WorkSafe guidelines that you refer to indeed have the configurations you describe, but their point is they also have alternative configurations that occupy significantly less space. What's your reaction to the suggestion that this is what you've described is in effect an extreme case, and that there are lots of options that don't require huge amounts of setback within which to to install and operate scaffolding?
Thank you, Sarah. I understand the question. Look, we're catering for the lowest common denominator here. Appreciate that there are alternative methods that could safely gain access to the side of buildings for their maintenance purposes. Not all of those options are available in all instances. Not all of those options are cheap and readily available. The options outlined in the WorkSafe guidelines are those standard options which people might be able to, dare I say it, purchase off the shelf. And that could be as simple as a mobile scaffolding tower, of which I have one sitting behind a shed at home, where someone might not want to go to the expense of engaging a bespoke scaffolding company to come along and engineer a specific structure for the purposes of a short-term maintenance requirement, such as cleaning the gutters for a building.
I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Brown. It's Commissioner McMahon here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Mr. McMahon.
Good, thank you. Two things from me. Firstly, in a Section 32 context, we need to consider a number of things, including the risk of acting or not acting. And in this case, the risk of having a 5 metre versus not having a 5 metre. And I wondered whether, if not now, through some further information following the hearing, you might be able to give us some information on the amount of land that fronts the high residential zone, high density residential zone, the medium density zone, and the large lot zone in terms of the rail network. Is that information that you might be able to tender to us, and if so, how soon could you provide that?
Sir, I thank you for not asking me to deliver that information right now. I'm sure it is something that I'll be able to find, but not something that I could do this side of Easter. I'm sorry.
No. Despite my clumsy question, you understand what I'm.
I understand exactly what you're trying
Yes.
to understand the scope of the issue.
Yes, I am. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. That would be useful, because I mean this is an issue across the country, isn't it? For KiwiRail, and this isn't the first time I've heard from you of this, but I've heard from Ms. Hepplethwaite and Council for KiwiRail and other jurisdictions. But I think it would be useful to understand the scope of the issue.
Understood, and look, we will we'll come back to you on a reasonably prompt timeline to that point, sir.
So firming up on that, Mr. Brown, I appreciate that Easter is nigh, and that would be an unreasonable time limit. What can you commit to?
I love being put on the spot. Thank you, sir. Could I reasonably commit to Friday week? Would that be too far away for the panel?
Friday, close of business. So that is, what date is next Friday?
I feel like it could be the 14th, sir, but I can't quite that definitively.
Just check my calendar.
I can confirm that.
Yes, Friday the 14th. Okay, close of business Friday the 14th is locked in.
And could I just confirm the zones Mr. McMahon would like us to confirm that off, please?
Well, definitely the high residential zone and the medium residential zone. I'm not sure, and there was a question I was going to put to Ms. Hepplethwaite, whether the large lot residential zone was still in contention. If it's not, then probably don't need that information.
Sure.
And that would be as per the notified plan or the 42A report? Or both?
That's a very good question.
Great clarification, thank you.
Well, as a minimum, as per the notified plan.
Sure.
I guess as per the 42A, actually. Yes, I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Brown?
One question from me, Mr. Brown. We have been asking in stream 1 to explain to us what the railway corridor is, and we have been told that this is the land that KiwiRail owns around their tracks and so on. Now, for me to better understand where the risk lies, can you tell me how much space there typically is between, say, the railway tracks and the extent out to the boundary of your properties?
Within the Wellington context, that answer varies quite widely. On a typical level area, the rail corridor, so property edge to property edge, in a dual tracked area, of which much of the Wellington network is at least dual tracked. We're talking 20 metres. The Wellington specific context is that Wellington's not particularly flat, and so we have a number of either cuts or embankments, and usually the KiwiRail boundary extends either up or down the bank to capture the structure that's levelling out the or that's enabling the rail platform, for want of a better word, that the rail sits on, to be level. So it can vary quite widely, but I couldn't give you a maximum dimension. I'm sorry, I don't have that information right in front of me at this moment.
But in terms of the concern that you're expressing,
Mhm.
if there's a big cut or a big embankment, you're not going to have somebody installing a scaffolding, for instance, that's extending into midair, sort of over the edge of, for instance, of an embankment. They're going to operate. Yeah, well, exactly, and vice versa. So just to be clear, so that was 20 meters from the tracks to the margin of the on a flat area of dirt.
Oh, no, sorry, sir. 20 meters property edge to property edge.
I think the commissioner's question is, well, how far typically would be from the tracks to the nearest edge?
That's correct.
I'd need to come back on that question, sir.
I think same time limit, Friday week.
So if I could also just add on top of Mr. Brown, coming back on that distance, also just to note that that rail corridor is designated by KiwiRail for rail purposes. And even if there's just two tracks in now in a fairly wide corridor, you know, KiwiRail would be well within its rights to put in a third or fourth or a siding if that was deemed necessary. So it's, I guess, not just looking at the existing track in the corridor as the potential for that growth and upgrade if needed. Appreciating that Wellington is a pretty narrow built up area to begin with, but just to keep in mind, it's not just looking at how far away from the existing track, it's also preserving KiwiRail's ability to use the full length, width of its corridor if it needs to for future growth.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Ms. Gunnell.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
So has KiwiRail looked at the possibility of designating that land rather than, you know, like using a setback situation? What other options have you looked at?
I think Ms. Hebblethwaite can provide a response to that question if that's okay.
Well, I wonder if we should go to Ms. Hebblethwaite now then, and that might be the first thing she addresses.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kath Hebblethwaite, I'm a planning consultant. I will perhaps address the Commissioner's question first. Designations are something which have been raised in other jurisdictions and of course something I have considered. Should KiwiRail choose to designate say for example 5 metres further from its current boundary, that would effectively take all of that land away from property owners and it would have zero development capacity. With the proposal of a 5 metre setback, which can be reduced by way of resource consent, it leaves open the opportunity to utilise that land for intensification purposes where there are suitable access arrangements made and KiwiRail is satisfied. And one of those things could be, just by way of example, that KiwiRail has a very wide separation between the live track and the property boundary of KiwiRail and the adjoining owner, and KiwiRail has no foreseeable plans to use it, therefore a reduced setback may in that circumstance be appropriate. So there are situations where I'm sure KiwiRail could foresee, and I certainly can as a planner, that a reduced setback may be appropriate. If that land is designated and taken, and that assumes that KiwiRail could prove it's necessary for the purpose of its operations and meet the test under 176 as requiring authority, that land is effectively not available for anyone to use or intensify. So in my opinion, it's better to impose a control via consent process versus remove the land outright. And just qualifying that by saying I'm not taking into or not providing advice here as to whether or not KiwiRail would indeed be successful in achieving a designation for that purpose either.
One answer, Ms. Hebblethwaite, might be you said designate and take, but you might designate without taking. Of course, you could be required to take by the landowner, but then it's the landowner's call as to whether you take, and you could have precisely the same outcome, but without the costs of the landowner of a resource consent process, because it'd be a matter solely of the landowner asking for KiwiRail's consent.
Yes, you are correct, sir. I would expect KiwiRail, and Mr. Brown may like to comment, however, if they propose a designation and were successful, they would have to be prepared to purchase all of the land in the event that all of the landowners sought it. And in my view, having a designation on a property is a significant impairment, if you wish, even if the designated land isn't taken, compared with a yard setback. So for the purposes of sale and purchase, if I was to advise a client with a designation on their land, I would be advising them on the basis that KiwiRail may take that land, or the requiring authority may take that land, so you may not rely on it for any purpose. And I'm thinking particularly in the Auckland context, the unitary plan definition of site specifically excludes areas for road widening and similar things. So it may be that there is actually more of an impediment on site use than just seeking a Section 176 approval, should there be a designation in place, which is there, but land hasn't been acquired.
Can you tell us what's in the Wellington PDP?
I cannot actually, sir. I can get back to you on that in the time frame that Mr. Brown has suggested for the other two matters, if you wish.
But just exploring that further, a definite provision of that kind effectively means that any setbacks that are in the plan have to be measured from the edge of the designation.
Depends on the definition of site, sir, and I don't know what that is in the PDP off the top of my head.
Well, I wonder, rather than troubling you, we might just ask the council officers to include that in their reply.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a preliminary skirt on the basis of just picking up that issue. Is there anything else you want to highlight in your evidence before we go to questions?
No, just briefly to say that I'm largely agreed with Mr. Patterson's changes. My conclusion, which is section 9, the last couple of pages of my evidence, sets it out fairly succinctly in A to E. The only point where Mr. Patterson and I haven't agreed is the 5 metre setback. You'll note from Mr. Brown and Ms. Gunnell that there is a 1.5 metre setback proposed in the medium and high density and 3 metres in the large lot. So just to confirm, large lot is still at contention. So I'm going to be brave and commit KiwiRail to providing you with land parcels in that large lot as well, because that is a matter still subject to discussion and evidence. So yes, so it's really only the yard setback width where I haven't concurred with Mr. Patterson. So otherwise, a question, sir, or from the panel.
The one question I have is stems from the fact that clearly the rail corridor qualifies as a qualifying matter. So you get over that initial hurdle, you're one of the listed qualifying matter. A listed qualifying matter, but you still need a Section 77J evaluation to justify a qualifying matter, and put bluntly, I don't see that in your evidence. So do we have a problem? Is this in the Houston we have a problem category?
I'm just checking my provisions, so bear with me a moment. I believe the 77J is a requirement for council to complete, but I just want to confirm that Ms. Gunnell may be able to be quicker off the draw than I am. But in saying that, obviously it wouldn't be something KiwiRail would want to leave to council alone and would offer its support as needed. Kristen, am I right there?
Yes, yeah, thank you, sir. So Section 77J is a framed as the territorial authority to complete, but I endorse Ms Hepplethwaite's comment that KiwiRail needs to provide the information for that to happen. In our submission, the evidence of Mr Brown and Ms Hepplethwaite and the sort of 32AA assessment of the building setback attached to Ms Hepplethwaite's evidence does give the council the information it needs. To the extent that council thinks that anything further is required, we would be happy to provide any additional information.
Okay, we'll leave it on that basis. So your answer is that the evidence taken on the round, the section 32AA and the evidence of Ms Hepplethwaite and Mr Brown supplies the necessary evaluation.
Yes, sir. And as I said, if there is any further questions or any further information that council feels would be required, we would be happy to assist.
Okay, I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions of Ms Hepplethwaite now.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms Hepplethwaite, Commissioner McMahon here. 4 questions for you. Just starting, firstly, in reading your submission and the evidence, I had thought that in addition to the setback, I thought that there was still a live issue on the exemptions for the setbacks relating to decks and eaves. Is that matter now resolved to your satisfaction?
If the 5 metre setbacks are provided, there should be sufficient space to work around those matters. Without the setbacks, effectively, you could have structures right up to the boundary and not much room to work. If you've got a 1.5 metre setback and it's full of a deck or stairs, that makes it tricky. If there's a 5 metre setback with some of those options, there's a bit more flexibility.
Okay.
My understanding of the 42A report is that it exempts the exemption that decks and eaves aren't allowed in the setback from the rail corridor.
If that wasn't how I read it, but if that is correct, then that would be extremely helpful.
We're getting some nods from Mr Patterson. You probably can't see that, Ms Hepplethwaite, but no. But if that's the case, then my question's redundant. But it'd be good to have that confirmed in writing by Mr Patterson in the right of reply. Okay. Second question, Ms Hepplethwaite, is I wonder where there's a case for variable setbacks based on the nature of the adjoining zone and the different height frameworks. Is that an option that you've given any consideration to?
Yes, sir. In another jurisdiction, we've been asked whether the height to boundary control would impact setbacks, and the height to boundary control is the same across NDRS and also the medium and high density residential. So it doesn't really vary in regards to those 2 different zones.
Yes, I mean, I wasn't anticipating the height in relation to boundary response there. I was thinking more in terms of there's a 3 metre setback in the plan for large lot residential, and obviously a recommendation for 1.5 metres in the other residential zones, high and medium. So automatically we've got a 1.5 and a 3 metre. You're suggesting 5 metre for the latter 2. Putting aside height in relation to boundary, is there a case to be made for a variable setback based on the height permitted by the adjoining zone?
You asked me whether I think the setback should be smaller for the low density residential and its 8 to 9 metre height buildings.
Yes, I am, and then conversely greater for the high density and medium density somewhere in between. That might sound like a naive question, but I just need to explore those options.
Well, I think the flexibility is looking to come through the consent process, because flexibility depends on what's happening in the rail corridor to a large extent. An 8 metre high building depends how close it could be constructed to the side yard. Not the side yard, to the common boundary.
Yes. Yes.
So it's really a function of how close can a building be built at a particular height, and obviously the low density has a slightly lower height limit at 8 to 9 metres, whereas the others are 12 or more metres.
Okay.
So it's to do with the proximity.
Yes. So really the difference in heights really is irrelevant. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I guess for 8 metres, you've got a 2-storey building. If you're really lucky and got a sloping site, you might push that to 2.5 or 3, but I think more likely 2. For the other 2 zones, the height of the building is, going to be 2 to many stories for high density, but, at least 2 to 3 to be comfortably within the 12 metres would give you a 4-storey building quite comfortably.
Okay. Just out of interest, have other jurisdictions grappled with this concept of a potential variable setback?
Yes, we have provided evidence for, I'm sorry, Ms. Gunnar, I have to point which particular council. I've done a number of these in the last few weeks. Was it Cavity?
Yeah, it was Cavity.
Thank you. So yes, we made it this way. I'm sorry, I went straight to height to boundary with your question. We did make an assessment about whether or not the height to boundary control would provide a suitable setback. If you're only looking at 12-metre buildings, it did give you a 5-metre setback, but as soon as you get down to the 2- and 3-storey buildings that can be built in height to boundary right up to the edge, it didn't give a suitable setback. So yes, we have looked at the practicality of what could be built on a flat site relative to the boundary, the height of the building and how much space you would have left. Say, how close can you get a 2-storey building to the boundary, put simply? And for a 2-storey building, it worked out we could get a 1.5 metre setback, and you can put a 6.5 metre building.
Okay.
Sorry, that was a roundabout way of answering your question. Did that assess at all?
It does. Has any of those jurisdictions landed the issue?
Are
they still in train?
In train, KiwiRail proposed, and this is a little bit of a
excuse the pun.
Yeah, that was terrible, sir. Nicely done.
I think there's general agreement that was an appalling pun.
That was completely unintentional too.
Nicely. To respond to your question, KiwiRail was asked to consider whether some type of permitted activity with its approval could reduce the 5-metre setback. And in rather a novel approach, I did provide the panel with some thoughts on that, and it was along the lines of a reduction as a permitted activity to 3 metres could be provided where the written approval of KiwiRail was provided. So it's not an approach I have seen before. It looks quite close to a deemed permitted activity without the formality.
Yes.
But that has been at the request of the panel. That was my best endeavour to provide them with a permitted activity, which allowed some flexibility there.
I was going to say, there's Environment Court authority saying you can't have a permitted activity subject to a third-party approval.
Yep.
Dating from the about 1993. Yep. Campbell.
But and Ms. Hippolyte, you probably read this. The concept of deemed permitted activity is something that the NBA is looking at. In terms of those permitted activities for where there's a third party involvement required. I'm thinking particularly of where there's a capacity on servicing or something like that requires a sign off from the utility operator or council. So was that what you're talking about with in terms of the deemed permitted activity, what the NBA might be looking at?
There's that, Sue, but obviously there's also the current deemed permitted activity process, which with an application to council and the adjoining property owner approval, you can obviously receive effectively consent. Yeah, so it does mimic both of the processes, the existing and future process. I did it, it is novel and it's been provided at their specific request.
Yes, and just remind me, what jurisdiction was that?
Kapiti.
That was Kapiti, okay. Around the country, I mean, you'll be aware that I was involved in the New Plymouth district plan hearing, so this was an issue, and I think Whangarei was an issue also. Well, I know the answer to the New Plymouth one, but has Whangarei issued their decisions yet?
Yes, sir. I did not act for KiwiRail for Whangarei. I was, however, engaged by Waka Kotahi.
Yes.
the Environment Court has produced a consent order to resolve matters to do with noise and vibration.
Yes.
And I may be better placed to comment on the response of the court to KiwiRail specific items, or I see Ms. Bettisich is also on the line who might be able to assist as well.
Yes, I've read that consent order. I've got a copy.
I haven't. So just in 25 words or less. I wonder what was the situation that was found by the court.
Thank you, sir. KiwiRail, as I think you'll be aware, these are common provisions that we seek throughout the country, and other jurisdictions have incorporated a variety of different plan provisions. I was not specifically involved in Whangarei. My colleague, Ms. Arthur Young and Ms. Mitchell were. I don't want to put you wrong and dredge something off the back of my head, but I could easily get that for you just by confirming down the corridor. Jury precincts in Auckland Unitary Plan, a 5 metre setback was included. I know Marlborough has also just reached resolution on a setback there, just also caveating all of that with it's very location specific and depends on matters such as electrification of the line and other sort of matters that crop up in negotiations. So if you would like, so we could come back with sort of other plan provisions around the country that have recently been implemented.
I think you're elected. Same time scale. Friday week.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Hepplethwaite, my final, well, I've got 2 more questions. One is specifically, is there any guidance or any, sorry, let me rephrase that. Does the plan as notified identify KiwiRail as an affected party, regardless of what the setback is in implementing this rule, where there's an infringement?
I do not know the answer to that, sir. That I imagine would be in the more general provisions of the plan. Usually, in my experience, plans will identify parties who could be affected, yes, rather than specifically saying this party will be. I think I can see Mr. Patterson on my other screen. He may be better placed. I don't want to put him on the spot. I can find that out. I just don't know, sir. I don't know the full extent of those provisions.
Okay.
Well, like I'll ask Mr. Patterson, can he give us an immediate answer or? Okay. So I think.
But I guess more to the point, as Hepplethwaite, is the KiwiRail haven't specifically sought that in their submissions, have they?
No, that's not in the submissions.
Okay. Final question, and it's something you might want to reflect on, but I guess one of the matters that's going to assist us, apart from the evidence, in resolving this issue is the policy basis for these rules. And look, I might have missed it in your evidence in chief, and apologies if I did, but if you haven't covered it there, is that something you could give some consideration to as to what the policy direction is in terms of this reverse sensitivity operational type matter in terms of protecting the infrastructure of the rail network?
Yes, certainly, sir. I have done that for the at a regional plan level, and I'm happy to bring that down to a PDP level for you as well.
That would be most useful. And that was all from me, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions, Commissioners? I think that's it from us to the KiwiRail team. There seem to be a wide range of matters you're providing to us by Friday week. I've taken a note, but I will issue a minute confirming that, but you can proceed on the basis as though you have until close of business Friday week to provide the information, and I will confirm exactly what we're asking for.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. We'll adjourn. The next submitter is due at 1:30. We'll start earlier if they arrive online before then, and we'll go from there. We'll start early, a little early, since everyone's here who needs to be here. And if you care to introduce yourself, and then we'll go from there.
Can I just check, do I need to turn this on? It's currently red.
Yes, if it's, the red is not good, green is good.
Green is good, okay.
Quite appropriate given the thrust of your presentation, I thought. Quite appropriate given the thrust of your presentation.
Thank you.
Green is good.
That's quite right.
Yeah, I mean, on my work computer, it's really slow. So.
Should be all right. Are we ready to go? Yes. Okay, can I start?
Yeah.
Right, I think we can start.
Yep.
If you're ready.
We are as ready as we're going to be.
Wonderful. So kia ora koutou. My name is Simin Littschwager. This is my partner, Antony Kitchener. We are residents in Ngaio, and we live in one of the areas that is potentially affected by the push for high residential zoning in Ngaio. So just to give you a little bit of background about ourselves, we are originally from England and Germany respectively. We have previously lived in much denser cities in Europe, so much denser than Wellington currently is, and we've enjoyed the many upsides of that density, such as a reliable public transport network. Having tram stops within a 3 to 4 minute walking distance of my apartment was fantastic. Trams that run every 3 to 5 minutes, a well-connected network that brought you to most places where you wanted to be in a really short period of time. Choice of having 3 to 4 supermarkets within a 10-minute walking distance of the place where I lived. It was fantastic. But there were also downsides to the density in the way that it existed there, such as despite great public transport, most people still had cars because public transport didn't work all the time. Thankfully, the streets were wide enough so cars could park on both sides, but it could still sometimes take up to 20, even 30 minutes to find a parking space. And you were lucky to find one that was within 15 to 20 minute walking distance of your home. I should clarify, I'm not talking about a big city like Berlin. I'm talking about a medium-sized city with around 350,000 people.
So where was that?
Mannheim. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's 1 hour south of Frankfurt. Notably, many of the densely populated European cities at the moment we know grapple with their resilience in the face of climate change. So they're thinking about their lack of permeable surfaces. They think about their lack of green spaces, the lack of tree cover. And these are precisely some of the things that Wellington still has in many places. That is one of the things that we've come to love about the city where we've lived for 13 years. And that's what we particularly love about Ngaio, where we've lived for the last 3 years, when we were lucky enough to buy a small house in exchange for a humongous amount of debt, I should clarify. We'll most likely pay that off until we retire if we stay. But we thought that was a really worthwhile trade-off because the thing that we fell in love with, even though we would have liked to live closer to the city and one of the either closer outer suburbs or inner suburbs where we were priced out of, was the fact that it is just so extraordinarily green. We do understand and support in principle the need for increased density in urban areas, and also really crucially the need for affordable spaces that allow people to feel at home in the city rather than just being housed. However, the reason why we're making this submission is that we don't think that the scale of intensification that would be enabled by declaring the Johnsonville line as rapid transit and allowing 6-story buildings to be built or higher, built within 15-minute walking catchments, it's not a suitable suburb for this. We know previous streams of this consultation have already discussed arguments for and against the railway line as rapid transit, and we do agree with all arguments against it. But what we really want to raise today is that the problem is by focusing only on the railway line, what is completely neglected, it seems, is the bigger picture of the potential detrimental and unfair impact it would have on suburbs like Ngaio, like Crofton Downs, like Kandala, and that would impact current and future residents. So we'll mostly talk about Ngaio, but we'll point to the other suburbs where we see appropriate. And just to set the scene, Antony will tell you a little bit more about Ngaio now.
Yeah, so I'll just quickly, basically set the scene of what it's actually like to live in Nio. So on the slides here, you can see these are quotes from the Becker kind of outer suburb evaluation report that the Wellington City Council commissioned in 2020. And I'll just read out two of those quotes. So it's like, Nio's quiet and intensely green character belies its location, a 15-minute train ride from the central city. Mature native and exotic trees within both the public and the private realm give this suburb its notably leafy structure and evoke its history of the timber industry. Views towards the escarpment banks within this green corridor form residences and public spaces are a major contributor to Nio's natural feel. And just to give you an indication of what it's like to be in Nio, and hopefully this video will actually play, this is basically from our kind of back garden, and I'll just kind of give you.
Before you go there, you go back to the previous thing. Is that from? Is the view? Is the?
Oh, that's from up.
Is that from the Skyline track?
Yeah. Obviously, I didn't take that. It was obviously.
Like a Wikipedia one.
Yeah. I'll see if I can get this link to actually play. It doesn't seem to be there. I'll do it there. Show go. I can't prepare that.
I'm just not sure if it's back on the screen.
This is basically our back garden, a 1 minute kind of video clip, basically just showing the mature trees that sit there. And obviously this is part of our back garden, but it's also part of a connective, cohesive kind of green space where you have a lot of back gardens that kind of back onto each other. And so it provides kind of like a green corridor, if you like, for all of the mature trees and the bird life that it supports. So. And quickly, I'll just quickly read out this other kind of statement from the Becker report as well. So, steeper than the eastern half of Nio, a strong green character is created along the western slopes by an informal vegetation grown almost entirely in the private realm. Houses along these sloping sections have the feeling of being tucked into the regenerating bush of the outer green belt.
And what you probably didn't see on the video, but hopefully have heard a little bit, is the incredible amount of bird life that exists in this neighbourhood. I'm really not exaggerating when I say that there isn't a single moment of the day where we don't step into the garden and we see a number of tui, piwaka waka warblers around. Kaka and Korimako visit us almost on a daily basis too. It is often almost as vibrant as Otari Wilton Bush. We also get rarer visitors. We have even spotted some kakariki on occasions. We do see kingfishers. We do hear the shining cuckoo in spring more than we see it. We also get colourful non-native visitors such as the eastern rosella that you can see in the bottom right of the slide. I think the only bird that we forgot to picture is probably our resident blackbird. Yeah.
And basically, a lot of these bird life basically are supported by the abundance of mature trees that exist in these kind of suburbs. So mature trees basically are pillars of biodiversity in the ecosystem. They provide habitat for wildlife, nurseries for seeds to grow, and they facilitate vital soil processes. And they also provide food, water, shelter, and nesting sites for birds. And this is basically mature trees that I'm talking about, not the not small kind of saplings that you put in the ground. So it's mature trees that actually support all this bird life. And on top of that, the mature trees also help to control stormwater through evapotranspiration, and they stabilise soil and slopes. And so just to quickly now move on to a bit about the actual kind of spatial plans and what's proposed. What you see here, basically, there have been many changes basically to the actual spatial and district plans ever since we've been trying to, since we've become aware of this process. And it's been a source of much frustration and confusion for us trying to understand and participate in this consultation process.
Several processes, really.
Yeah, the original draft spatial plan, which you see here, shows the suburbs of Crofton Downs on the left, and moving up across the right, it shows Crofton Downs, Nio, Kandala, and then up in the very top right-hand corner is Johnsonville. And the purple kind of shaded area is what's proposed as being at least 6-storey buildings. And then the beige area there is basically proposed as being 1 to 2-storey buildings. And what going to show with the next slide is basically that it shows that there's kind of shifting goalposts about what's being proposed. So the adopted spatial plan, I'm not sure exactly when this was actually brought out, but the adopted spatial plan, as you can see there, shows Crofton, Downton, Aotearoa and Johnsonville again, but with a much larger footprint of the purple shaded area, which is the plus 6-story buildings. And so at one moment you think you're concentrating on one kind of proposal, the next minute it's changed. It's been very difficult to actually keep up with all of this kind of stuff or to understand what's being proposed. And I'll just quickly skip ahead to this one. So this is now what's on the proposed district plan, which is on the council's website. And as you can see, this shows NIO, but it still shows NIO as being medium density development with maximum kind of height limits of 11 meters. So you can understand from a layman's perspective, if you're not very conversed with reading through legislation and technical documents, it can be very difficult to understand this process if you're relying on these maps solely alone to understand what's going on. And then this slide, I've lost my place. Basically, this is from the Hearing Stream 2 High Density Residential Zones report, which basically defines what is considered to be high density. And as you can see, from that definition, it appears to be that it's mainly going to be the city centre zones, the metropolitan centre zones, and along the railway station, which is mainly going to be the Johnsonville line corridor. And so, to me, it doesn't quite make sense to actually put the bulk of your high density development along this kind of single track railway line, which is potentially vulnerable to climate change issues and slips. There are other suburbs. Where are we going? So go back to this slide. There are other suburbs here like Karori, Brooklyn, Hataitai, that are in easy walking distance of the CBD, but they don't actually have that. They're not actually proposed for high density, which doesn't make sense when the council is trying to actually promote active walking modes or active transport modes like cycling and walking. Gone the wrong way there.
If I may just add here, one problem that we see here is that during the initial proposal stage, where people are invited to contribute, to submit feedback, there's often a much lower degree of density that's being proposed. So you can assume that people who think that looks good to me, I agree with that, they do not necessarily have to make a submission if they agree with that, because people are more inclined to make a submission when they disagree with something. And so it just seems like those shifting goalposts, they happen without the feedback of the community. They happen at a point where they no longer have the chance to actually make a submission. They often don't find out about it until it's too late. So that is a real problem here. And we know that a lot of this hinges on the railway line that's always been there. And so what's really being debated is how do we define this railway line? But what we're not looking at are all the other factors that make Ngaio and the other suburbs there quite unsuited for high density.
And one of the other basic points that I'd like to make is, or to highlight, is that Ngaio is not suitable for high density. And so these quotes here basically are from the Becker Outer Suburb Evaluation Report, again from March 2020. And I'll just read a couple of those for you. It's, Ngaio has a limited collection of shops predominantly on the western edge of Aotearoa Road, and the lack of a main street results in a gateway type landscape character to the community. There is no supermarket in the neighbourhood, and residents travel to Crofton Downs, Johnsonville and or Thorndon for their groceries. It's acknowledged that the existing road networks on the upper slopes of Ngaio are narrow and would not support medium density without possible negative impacts on the road network. And one final one, Ngaio's low infrastructure investment requirements make some medium density possible. These factors support limited medium density development in Ngaio. And so the point that we want to make here is that originally, and I'm assuming Becker are subject matter experts, they're engineers highly qualified to actually have done this evaluation based on specific criteria. And they state that high density is not, well, I mean, they're talking about that even medium density is limited for Ngaio, but now all of a sudden there's a proposal to blanket the entire rail corridor in high density developments.
And another point to highlight is that just because there is public transport, and whether that's rapid or not, it doesn't mean that people will automatically use it just because it's there. That was highlighted by a recent study at AUT. So the study suggested that it needs to be paired with disincentives for private vehicle use, such as, for example, congestion charges. So does it mean, for example, that at some point the people in those suburbs will face congestion charges just to travel by car into the city, whereas other suburbs might not face that? It's also interesting to look at statistics that we found from the Wellington Transport Analytics Unit that looked at the Johnsonville railway line use, where we have 9,500 people within a 10-minute walk of a railway line station there, and 40,000 within a 10-minute bike distance. But there are only around 1,200 boardings on average in morning inbound peak times. And crucially, over 50% of people within a 10-minute walk of stations on the Johnsonville rail line who work in the Wellington CBD, they still travel to work by car. And then we've got 150 people who even live within a 1 kilometre distance of a station and they drive to the station. So the question that here arises is, if those patterns were to continue, how would the existing road infrastructure cope with that in a high residential zone? There are numerous, so what's also important is to think about this does work for travel to the CBD, to the station, a particular part of the CBD, but there are numerous situations where cars are simply more economical to use, quicker to use. They get you quicker from A to B, such as visiting friends in a suburb like Karori, in Miramar, in Poutama, even in Newtown, to be honest. Driving your kids to do their activities, going for a swim, doing your grocery shopping. It takes us 5 minutes by car, sadly. It takes us 25 minutes to walk, you know, do the math. If you are pressed for time, you are going to choose the car if that is more convenient, because everyone leads busy lives. Going out in the evenings to see a movie, going to see the South Coast. There are many moments where it just doesn't quite work. The network isn't well thought out. So it's quite problematic. And consider also that the suburbs like Ngaio, Crofton Downs, Kandala, they don't necessarily encourage alternative and specifically active modes of transport, such as walking, even cycling, because of their location, the distance to the central city, and also the nature of the steep and partially industrial nature of the route. The table shows a comparison of walking time estimates that we've taken from the centres of those suburbs to Civic Square, and you can see Ngaio and Kandala are outliers with 1 hour and 19 minutes. Compare that with Brooklyn, takes around 30 minutes, Kelburn takes around 18 minutes, Newtown 40 minutes, and so on. I do want to acknowledge, yes, some of those suburbs are proposed to also accommodate high density, but we still think there needs to be a much greater fairness, much more balanced distribution of density here, rather than just radically or disproportionately put all those people into one part of the city, because these people then don't have choice and flexibility. It's almost like you're putting all your eggs in the railway line basket, if you wish.
And so we also basically question the resilience of the Johnsonville rail line, especially with regards to the impact of climate change as those impacts become ever more visible. It's a single track line that travels through a steep sided gorge between Wellington and Crofton Downs Station. And a new climate change report shows that rainfall in Wellington could increase by up to 40% during the most extreme bursts of weather, leading to more severe flash flooding and slips. On the adjacent Ngaio Gorge Road, there has been a massive slip which has taken 3 to 4 years to actually to clean up and actually to get the road traffic to actually run smoothly again. And it's still not actually finished yet, but it's pretty much near completion now. But it's taken a long time to actually deal with that issue. And while we don't actually have any recent data on slips blocking the rail line, it clearly, from this information there, does show that it has a history of slips. And I've personally experienced cancellation on the line during adverse weather events that have been caused by slips. So, what would happen basically if a similar slip or a slip of similar magnitude disabled the Johnsonville rail line when you've got all that density built in that one place? It's not so easy to divert a train around the slip as it is with a car.
And then a final point to raise is the potential impact of high density or even too much medium density on the suburbs, Ngaio, Crofton Downs and Kandala. Let me again quote from the Becker report that says that's the third and fourth quote here. It's interesting to note that in the less coastal neighbourhoods, there are a large number of mature trees on private property, especially in Ngaio and Kandala, that significantly contribute to the green image of both the community and to Wellington in general. Due to the lack of street trees in these neighbourhoods, these large mature trees on private property have a significant role in providing the positive green image on the public realm and the streetscape. We think it is really short-sighted and also not aligned with Wellington aspirations to be a green, biodiverse and resilient city. To disregard all of this, why do we consider character that's worth protecting and preserving? We only look at houses and human-built structures that serve our human needs. Why do we not consider the green character, the biodiversity, and the big role that mature trees play in this? Why are they not worthy the same? Aren't these precious taonga that we also need to protect? How easy is it? Consider this. In comparison to replace a house with a house, you can relatively quickly rebuild a house. Yes, it will look different, it will feel different, but you can rebuild a house these days probably within a week if you use a kit-set house. If you have a tree that's 80, 100 years old or even older, it takes that time to grow back. Once it's gone for a really long time. And everything that relied on that tree, well, I'm not sure where these creatures are going to go. And I think we also need to, we can't be fooled by the fact that we can see green hills in the distance. Yes, some of this is forest. We've got Kandala Park, we've got Huntley Park, we've got Aotearoa Bush, but many of the green trees that you can see along the Skyline track, I don't know if you've been there, that is gorse-covered, shrub-covered hillside. That is not forest. When we go for walks there, these are really quiet areas. They do not support the amount of bird life that we get in those gardens.
Yeah, and also one of the other things to point out as well with regard to the loss of biodiversity and character is the removal of the requirement for permeable surface, or at least I think it was up to 30% permeable surfaces on the proposal, because presumably this also, a permeable surface also includes basically natural areas where trees and vegetation grow. And so if that permeable surface is removed, or the requirement for a permeable surface is removed, does that then automatically then mean that you're going to be removing all of that vegetation and mature trees over there, and then there's no protection for them, and just being replaced basically with a concrete or hard surfaces, and especially in light of the recent devastation wrought by the flooding in Auckland and Cyclone Gabrielle on the east coast. I mean, it really needs to be considered that it are just areas of hard surfaces and what Wellington really needs.
So to move towards,
sorry. And the other point that I'd also like to point out is that even though the actual proposed district plan does encourage the retention of existing vegetation and landscaping, one, encourage is not the same as must, and two, well, how do you replace a 100-year-old tree with landscaping of a better or equal quality? That's a question I'd also like to ask, because I'm sure, I know you can remove large trees, but it wouldn't be a cheap process to actually to remove large trees and transport them to a different place. But also, it's also interesting to note on the actual proposal is that this vegetation and landscape and retention requirement doesn't actually apply to multi-unit housing. So any housing standards, or sorry, any development with 4 or more residential units, this doesn't apply. So again, there appears to be no protections for vegetation or mature trees in the actual proposal.
So to move towards wrapping this up, more isn't always better, and greater density doesn't automatically equal affordability. The screenshots that you can see here are, show one of 2 townhouses that was recently built in our street. It was for sale in December for close to $1.3 million for a 2-bedroom house. That is not exactly affordable. There were no takers, it seems, so the houses were shortly after advertised for rent, and again for $950 and $895 respectively, which again is far above the median rent for a 2-bedroom property. So we're showing this to make the point that yes, developers, they do build for profit, and that's okay. we don't mind because that's what they're in the game for. But we think things still need to be balanced so we achieve a good outcome for everyone. We still need to have good design rules and regulations in place to make sure that we do density well rather than just play with the numbers here. What we personally also find a little bit questionable or frustrating is the fact that there is a provision for new land to be zoned for what's called large lot residential zones, which are described as lower density development on typically large sites which are located on the periphery of the urban area that provide a transition from the medium density residential zone to the rural zone and allows people to live in a semi-urban area with an enhanced sense of privacy that is not always available within residential areas. It's a bit frustrating to see that that's being proposed for a place in Brooklyn, which is around 7 from the CBD. And that's the same distance as Ngaio. And Ngaio meets that description above already, except we already have, unlike that site in Brooklyn, from what we know, that's currently gorse or scrub covered. We already have this, green neighborhood that exists, and yet the people there somehow are given the impression that their concerns don't really matter. The reasons why they might have moved there might be precisely the reasons why someone might want to live in one of those large lot residential zones. But somehow their concerns are being dismissed when they worry about losing what's really dear to them, such as greenery, sunshine, which is important for gardens, bird life, and so on. So on the whole, let me end by saying this process has been relatively stressful and frustrating. We really do appreciate the fact that we were able to be heard today. So thank you, all of you, for listening and for reading our submission. Getting here wasn't an easy process. We're lay people. We don't necessarily have the right subject matter knowledge to understand all the technical jargon, the bureaucratic language. We don't have the time to go through all the documents. We don't have access to an armada of lawyers or lobby groups, and we have day jobs. We actually had to take time off our work just to be here today. And keeping up with the shifting goalposts, trying to understand at what point can you make a submission, at what point is a decision actually final, at what point at what point do we know what's actually, like, this is what's said and this is what will be. At what point can you still have a say? It's been frustrating. And so overall, there's a real risk that if we don't take a place-based and holistic approach, where we prioritize good urban design and where we consider what's suitable for a place in terms of density, and where we don't engage with the community, we'll end up with really disenfranchised and fractured communities that feel unfairly disadvantaged, where people might mistrust their neighbours, worrying that someone might sell out to a developer. We'll also end up with less resilience. Is that really a good idea in the light of climate change? We don't think so. And so the outcomes could be bad for the people who currently live there, but also for the future people. Yeah, thank you. If you've got any questions.
Well, having read the much more detailed, or even more detailed commentary, can I say that for lay people, you've done a good job.
Thank you.
There is one thing where I can offer you some hope. You referenced the deletion of the permeable surface provision. I'm not saying you should have noted, but just to tell you that the recommendation was to shift that provision from one part of the plan to a different part of the plan, so it hasn't gone entirely.
That's reassuring, somewhat comforting.
And in terms of the dense bush in your backyard, you should try planting a kowhai. They're great.
We already have them.
Yeah, mature kowhai and flower, and then wait for the kaka to arrive.
Yeah.
I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Guys?
Good afternoon, Mr. Kitchener and Mr. Littschwager. I guess if I was to stand back and look at your submission, I'm sensing two aspects in terms of rezoning. One is how it might affect your property, but also how it might affect the wider suburb of Ngaio. Is that a fair sort of generalisation?
Property sounds very, I think, can we say home?
Yes.
The people where we, the place where we feel at home, because I think we often tend to think of property
Yes.
as an investment rather than a place where people want to feel settled, where they want to be a part of the community.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I'm happy to substitute that word. It was, and can I just confirm that you're in KiwiRail Street, is it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you may or may not be aware of this. That area of Ngaio was recommended for, was it medium density, I think, in the notified plan?
Yeah.
11 metre rule, and
Doesn't that still depend on whether the rail lines defined as being rapid transit or not?
And the walking catchment. So that's why we're here, and that's why we're concerned, because we know, so we currently look at the proposed district plan and we think, okay, we can agree with that, I mean, no one will be thrilled to have the neighbour's garden replaced with townhouses, but to be fair, we know we need more housing, and as long, if they're done well, that's something you can live with. But I think a 6-storey building in a residential area or higher even, where you've got a lot of 1 to 2-storey properties, that's pretty radical. And so, yeah, basically on the map, it currently looks like, yes, that's something we can live with, but we know that there is a really strong push from certain lobby groups to increase and to move towards high density. And we're really concerned that the people of these suburbs didn't really have a chance to defend or to argue against that. I mean, we had to actively call the Wellington City Council and ask, can this still be changed? And that's how we found out, yes, it can. And that's why we decided at the last minute, okay, we need to make this submission because we want to be heard. I have no idea how many residents of these suburbs have been here, people with children. We don't have children, so maybe we have a little bit more time in our lives to actually do that. It's really difficult. And I think, yeah, changing the goalposts is not quite fair on the people who currently live there.
Okay, I'll ask my question now.
Thank you.
Before I do, I just want to check with Mr. Patterson. The area around this particular street was notified as medium density, is that correct?
Yes, but what is the street name?
Well, my pronunciation isn't very good. Liz, can you try?
Karirua.
It's on planning map number 9 of the KiwiRail evidence, if that's a...
Sorry, can you please spell it?
MAKERERUA.
Yeah. Okay. So, Chance, let me just explain, please.
Yeah.
You're right. There is a direction in the MPS that we're under policy 3 that where properties are within a walkable catchment of a rapid transport stop, rapid service stop, that the direction is that at least 6 stories should be built. Now, for whatever reason, council decided in their notified plan not to extend that to your property.
Well,
Hang on, let me just finish, please.
Sorry.
Just go slow.
Yeah.
Sure.
That plan is notified. So that's the plan to which you had a right to lodge a submission. Others took the opportunity to lodge a submission also, including KiwiRail, and they said, Council, you've got it wrong. You need to mandatorily implement the MPS direction, and in their planning map, that street and right up, including Huntingley Parkway up to Hickey Street, was all part of the area for high residential zone. Okay. In their presentation to us last Friday, they said that they were resigning from that position, that they no longer were seeking high density residential zone in that part of the town, and that's reflected on their planning map number 9, which is this dark crossed out area.
Mhm.
You just have to take my word for it.
There's a lot of maps floating around.
There is, and this is why I'm trying to put it in context. So that they are not asking the council to proceed with high density residential zoning on that part, if my understanding is correct. So, so that takes us back to the notified plan, which is medium density, which is 11 metres, 3 units, etc. So that's the factual situation. Whether that's right or wrong, it's not for me to say, but that's how as it affects your property. So that's the first point of clarification. Any response to that factual present situation?
Thank you. I guess what I'm thinking is, though, I'm not just worried about our property. That sounds pretty selfish. We are also really worried about what will actually happen to those suburbs and the people who might potentially live in affected areas and who might not have realised that they should make a decision, submission. And no, I can't speak for anyone with certainty because I haven't spoken to these people, but I just believe a better consultation process. If such a drastic change or any drastic change is going to happen, that needs to happen, because otherwise this is going to affect people, and whether that's going to affect us or not is really not the point, because I also want to speak for other people who may not have the chance to be here.
I understand that. Sorry, I completely understand that. That brings me on to my second question or statement, if you like, and that is, I think you, I jotted it down, you made an interesting comment about eggs, putting all the eggs in the basket of the Johnsonville line argument.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy Easter.
Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of bad puns in the last couple of days. And of course, you're right in terms of policy 3C, and I apologise for all the jargon, but policy 3 of the MPS is that mandatory directive that I talked about. So if you're within walkable catchment of a rapid transit stop or a metropolitan centre, then that's the direction. The discretion relates to the spatial extent of the walkable catchment. That's where we have some discretion. But if policy 3C is not triggered, then there's another direction, which is policy 3D, and that says that with and adjacent to neighbourhood centre zones, which Naiho would be I think it's a local centre, Mr. Patterson. Yeah, it's a local centre. Building heights and densities of urban form should be commensurate with the level of commercial activity and commercial services in that centre. So it's not saying at least 6 stories, it's saying some relativity between what's in the centre and the heights of residential buildings surrounding it. So in broad terms, that's provides more discretion and flexibility, and it involves an evaluation of what's commensurate. And so if all the eggs aren't in the Johnsonville line basket and policy 3D is triggered, what would your suggestion be for the wider neighbourhood in terms of what heights might be commensurate with the centre in terms of its level of a commercial activity and the amount of community services that are present?
It's really hard to say because it's hard for me to envision what 20 metres might actually look like. Yes. But I think we just need to consider the surrounding buildings and, build from a small high centre, and maybe think about how can we compensate the people who might be affected from this too. We need to think about some more amenities for Ngaio as well. If we think specifically about Ngaio, that's one side of the road, that's shops, the other side is residential. So there are not many reasons to actually spend time in the Ngaio town centre unless you need to go to the pharmacy maybe, or the bottle shop.
Well, put it this way, another way of asking that is, and we've had some evidence on this from both the council's expert urban designer and KiwiRail's expert designer. They've compared Ngaio and Kandala in terms of the different centres. I think the thing that we got was the centre at Ngaio was better than the one at Kandala.
Have you been there?
I have, but I'm just repeating what the evidence is.
I would question that. There are more shops, more cafes in Kandala. There's actually a supermarket in Kandala. There is no supermarket in Ngaio. There is no space to build one. I would also wonder if any of the supermarket companies would even consider building one, given that we've got a really big countdown in
Yeah, I'm
Crofton
just checking
Downs.
my notes, and what I'd written down for Ngaio was, and this is quoting Dr. Zamani for the council, a better centre than Kandala. So
It puzzles me.
In what kind of terms, though?
well, that's a good question.
When someone's making that statement, surely you're evaluating that against certain criteria. So
Yep.
it'd be interesting to know
Well,
what
that's a reasonable question, and maybe we'll get him to respond to that. But putting that aside, going back to my question, really the question is given what's at Ngaio in terms of its scale of the centre, what you say you're really struggling to indicate what a commensurate height might be.
Well, I mean, 6 stories probably wouldn't even be ideal. 4 stories might
Remember,
be
that's
sufficient.
that's no longer mandatory. So that's
Yeah.
if policy 3 wasn't applicable.
I'm making a stab in the dark a bit. I'm not an urban
What about
planner,
in terms
but
of number of stories?
probably 4.
Okay, yeah, and that might be the equivalent of 12 or 13, 14 metres.
Maybe. I mean, I'm thinking back of the town that I lived back in Germany, and we had 4 to 5 stories, and that was reasonably high. And if I try to picture that in Ngaio, that already seems relatively high, but just about acceptable.
Okay.
Thoughts?
I think I guess the other point is that it really needs to, any kind of those proposals for different building types or development needs to take into account what's around it and the impact on the individuals. If you've got a 1-story house where previously you had surrounding you other 1-story houses or 1 to 2-story houses, and all of a sudden you've got 1, 4, 5-story house, an 8-story multi-apartment block. And that's one metre from the boundary, and you've only got 1 metre between your house and the boundary. So you've got 8, 9-story building 2 metres away from you. What's the impact on that individual living in that house? And we all know New Zealand's, the build quality of a lot of these houses in New Zealand is not great. You have your clothes kind of going mouldy. If you're not lucky enough to have good insulation, double glazing, and heating, then you live in a cold shack for the equivalent of, and yeah, you get the health impact of that. So if suddenly you have this building there and you no longer get any sun, then what's the health impact on that person? The damage to all their clothing as you suddenly pull clothes out the wardrobe that's covered in mold because of the damp.
Well, we heard from the submitter exactly saying that this morning.
I mean, we've been here for 13 years, and initially the first place we stayed in, having to go to bed in a room that was 6 degrees with pretty much all your clothes on, several woolly hats, and then having to run from the shower rapidly to go into the living room to get in front of the bar heater, and it was a shock coming from Europe.
Of course.
It was just utterly a real kind of culture shock to come here to be faced with that.
Yeah.
And again, as I say, I can't imagine what it's like if someone's going to be faced with having a massive building right next to their single story. It's just a bit too much of an extreme. And right. To me, it seems like if that is the plan to have those developments, then you should find suitable locations like in Crofton Downs where the petrol station got demolished, and so an area like that where there's nothing else around it would be perfectly suited for for bigger residential or even kind of mixed commercial residential building, because there's nothing else around it that it's going to impact.
Okay.
And so yeah, it needs to be more, I guess, more planned for the specific kind of circumstances and those that are going to be impacted, not just the impact of future residents.
I understand that. Thank you.
That first house that we lived in, I have to say that yes, that's right. And we did notice a big difference on sunny days in terms of just how comfortable it actually was in the living room. And we can't deny that these problems for many people still exist, and they might not have the money to upgrade themselves to insulation, to double glazing, to central heating, and so on.
Or to pay for the health bills if you get asthma or kind of lung condition from the mold spores that you're breathing in.
It's very clear.
I think that's us. As I say, we really appreciate your time and the effort you put into telling us about your concerns. That I think, I suppose the Commissioner said, the one ray of sunshine is that you take away from the fact that Kaingaora have retreated from the position as they originally advanced. So their solution would no longer affect your property. I understand that you're concerned for the suburb more broadly, and we'll take those concerns on board.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Greetings. It's the force of corrections. Should we take a seat? Yes. You're correct. Yes. Come on, have a seat. We are ready for you.
I'll hang up back here. Okay.
Care to introduce yourselves?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rachel Murdoch. I am a lawyer acting on behalf of the Department of Corrections out of Poutama. I'm joined today by Mr. Sean Grace, who works for Boffa School as a planner and is engaged by the department. I believe he addressed the panel as part of hearing stream 1, so you'll be familiar with him. I'm also joined today by Mr. Sam Gifford, who is also a planner, but is working in-house at the moment at the Department of Corrections. So if there are more detailed questions around, I'm sure he'd be delighted to answer those for you.
Thank you. Well, we have your legal submissions, Ms. Murdoch. We have Grace evidence, both of which we've read. Is there anything you want to update us with? Because I understand you've been talking to Kaingaora in the background.
Yeah.
So where are you at?
So the conversations that we've been having with Kaingaora have been specific to the precinct and essentially around the provisions of that precinct. Kaingaora, through its rebuttal evidence, have suggested some amendments to the precinct. But there is still an outstanding point of difference between the department's position and Aotearoa's position, which relates to the underlying zoning of the areas along Sunrise Boulevard. As to the council's position on that zoning, that remains an area of uncertainty for Aotearoa, as I flagged in my legal submissions. Aotearoa, its submission relied on the council's zoning as notified as being the appropriate way of giving effect to the NPSUD, and in particular the extent of walkable catchments. That was the basis on which it put forward its submission. The Section 42A report for the council in respect of this hearing stream 2 accepted the relief put forward by corrections, or recommended that relief be approved, which was the retention of that notified zoning. That recommendation provided further confidence to Aotearoa that council's position was that underlying zoning gave effect to policy 3, the walkable catchments policy within the NPSUD, and that therefore provided the basis on which Mr. Grace put forward his evidence in that regard. It has, however, come to the attention of Aotearoa that council's position regarding walkable catchments has changed, and that it considers, as we understand it, that our walkable catchment from the relevant train station should be expanded to the effect that, as we understand it, that would extend the high density residential zoning along that boundary. However, that is not apparent in the Section 42A report for Hearing Stream 2, because the council's reporting officer simply just accepted the relief sought by Aotearoa, has rejected the relief sought by Kainaora, which was the extension of that zoning. So that is a matter that we would like some clarity over, and if it is council's position that the high density residential zoning is now appropriate, or a greater extent of that is now appropriate along the boundary, that Poutama would appreciate the opportunity to address that in evidence and why we consider that that's not appropriate.
Well, given that Kainaora are already taking that position, I think that the issue is firmly on the table. If you think that that's the wrong zoning, I think you need to tell us why right now. Sorry.
I think that Mr. Grace would be happy to do that and talk you through that.
We'll just hold that thought
Sure.
until we get to him.
Absolutely.
But I think in terms of another go round, I think that all the materials on the table,
yep,
that whether council supports your position or Kainaora's position, the two alternatives are already on the table, and we just need to know where you stand. I don't think that whether the council has or hasn't changed its position is going to alter that. It just, well, as I think we said in our initial hearing procedures, this isn't a numbers game. The fact that there might be two parties in favour of a high density zoning and one not makes no odds to us. We want to know what the reasons are either way.
Thank you, sir. Yes, understood.
Thank you. Is there anything, having preempted what you might say, Ms. Murdoch, is there anything in your submissions that you particularly want to draw our attention to?
There are a couple of additional points that I wanted to draw your attention to, sir, if that's okay. One is just in relation to the supported residential activity relief sought by the department. That is obviously a matter that has already been the subject of discussion as part of hearing stream 1. The department's position on the appropriateness of that relief remains unchanged for the purposes of this hearing. I would just note that in my legal submissions, I've referenced some Environment Court case law, which essentially addresses the extent to which the provision of support or otherwise is relevant to the question of whether an activity is inherently residential or not. And all I would say is that the Aotearoa's relief in that respect has some resonance with the direction of travel that case law includes. That's at paragraph 2.5 of my submission, sir, the discussion on that case law, and I believe that you've been provided with copies of those cases as well. Nevertheless, appreciate that those cases have limited precedent value for you in your decision because they turn on specific facts and specific activity definitions, but I just wanted to draw that to your attention. Probably the second point that I just wanted to draw your attention to is just in relation to the council officer's treatment or response to the precinct that has been proposed by Mr. Grace and addressed in his evidence. It's the council's reporting officer's position that the proposed precinct isn't needed or appropriate on the basis that, in his opinion, that it's not the role of the district plan to increase security at the prison. With respect, that is, I would suggest, a mischaracterisation of what the precinct proposed by the department is trying to achieve. The information provided by Mr. Beals and the analysis of Ms. Healy, who's the social impact expert, clearly identifies actual and potential effects on the well-being of community within the prison and also outside of the prison, which could result from building heights and the increased concentration of activity along that boulevard. Those are actual and potential effects which, in my submission, warrant careful consideration, and where you consider it appropriate, that planning response. And that, of course, is what Mr. Grace has sought to do in the development of the precinct. The last matter which I wanted to address you on is a small legal point of interpretation, I guess. That Mr. Grace, in his evidence, has based his analysis on a Section 32AA approach regarding the appropriateness of the notified zoning and the precinct. That is done in accordance with the requirements of that section rather than the qualifying matters assessment. And the reason for that is because, as I set out in my earlier address to you, Aotearoa has progressed on the basis that the notified zoning gives effect to the MPSUD Policy 3. And so what is being proposed by way of the precinct is not less enabling of that, because it doesn't reduce what can occur under the medium density zoning as of right. It only kicks in at a consented level. It's just a nuance, I suppose, that I wanted to bring to your attention and explain perhaps the reason why Mr. Grace has approached his analysis on that basis.
Does that create an issue if we, as I ignore where the council's sitting, if we conclude that the Kaingaora case has merit for a high density residential zoning, does that leave your argument for a precinct short of a Section 77J evaluation?
What I would say to that, sir, is that the analysis that Mr. Grace has put forward and the information provided both by Mr. Beals and Ms. Healy in the social impact assessment could, I would suggest, quite readily be recrafted into a qualifying matters assessment. So in that sense, I think in terms of the substantive evidential basis that you have in front of you to make that decision, I think that we cover the field. But I suppose that was the reason for my suggestion earlier, that if it would assist the panel, we would be able to recraft that into a qualifying matters assessment quite quickly to assist the panel.
I think we're not worried about how it's formatted, but rather substantively whether all of the elements of the 77J analysis are present. And I'm thinking in particular, clearly Mr. Grace has undertaken an assessment of costs and impacts. I was more thinking about the impact of limiting development capacity on an HRZ assumption would have on the provision of development capacity. Namely, if it's HRZ, what difference does it make if the precinct make? And the question is whether that's been evaluated, and if so, can Mr. Grace point us to where it's been evaluated?
I would suggest that it probably hasn't been evaluated by us around the impact of that on the potential reduction in development capacity. Without sort of wanting to pass the buck, sir, we've proceeded the council's position around walkable catchments has really informed the analysis that we've put forward. So I would respectfully suggest that there is potential for council to play a role in supporting that assessment or undertaking that assessment.
I'll just make sure I've got that right. I'm thinking that we should take a brief adjournment because I understand what you're saying and I need to confer with my colleagues as to what we do about that, because I think there is a risk that the department has been disadvantaged by the way that this has rolled out. So we'll take 5 minutes and we'll just go into a little huddle and then we'll tell you what we think.
Thank you, sir.
I'll resume the hearing. The hearing panel agrees that we have a procedural problem that's potentially rebounded unfairly on the department. We're prepared to give you time, not much time, but a little bit of time, to supply a 77J evaluation, close of business Friday week.
That's the 14th of April.
Yeah, but what we are interested, accepting that the purpose of that is to prevent in effect a technical knockout, but we are interested in talking about the merits today, about the merits of of the precinct you're proposing against the background where the underlying zoning is at large and yet to be resolved.
Thank you, sir.
And I will, I'll issue a minute as soon as, well, given that we're sitting here, it may be the best I can do is to produce that over Easter, but you can proceed on that basis.
Thank you, sir.
So I think that's all the question I had of Ms. Murdoch. Mr. Grace, is there anything you want to draw to our attention in your evidence that before we ask you some questions?
Yeah, well, thank you. I don't intend to relitigate anything on the supported residential care. I think that was well covered and discussed in hearing stream 1. So just turning to the Sunrise Boulevard issue, just a few points that I would like to make apparent in regards to the Aotearoa prison itself. And just some additional context that may not have necessarily come through in the evidence, and that's that it is one of just 3 women's prisons in New Zealand. It's one of only 2 prisons in the country where a zone allowing residential development adjacent to existing secure facilities is provided for. The prison's designation is very flexible and enabling of future development on the site, and due to the steep topography of the site, among the most logical places to develop in the future is towards that northern boundary. And also important is the fact that the operative district plan and the outer residential zoning that's applied there historically has allowed for 1 dwelling up to 8 metres in height. So the proposal for intensification represents quite a shift from the existing environment along that northern boundary. Another point that I would like to make is that we, through the primary submission on the proposed plan, supported the medium density and high density zoning along that northern boundary and the associated heights on the basis that there's a small pocket down at the eastern end of Sunrise Boulevard of high density, and now that was subject to a GIS analysis whereby we did some cross sections looking at existing vegetation, relative levels of the prison compared to the existing properties in that part of the zoning, and we found that those properties are in fact much lower than the prison compared to the others along Sunrise Boulevard, and there are large trees, mature trees that are existing on the prison land adjacent to that high density zoning. So that was one of the reasons, well, those were the 2 reasons I should say, why the high density was supported, whilst the rest being medium density was of course supported along that southern side of Sunrise Boulevard. There's nothing further, I guess, I want to add in terms of those specialist assessments by Mr. Beals and Ms. Healy. They're of course attached in attachments 2 and 3 to my evidence. But in summary, I mean, those both set out, in my opinion, the clear reasons for why the relief sought was for retention of that zoning and the associated heights along that northern boundary. That's from a security perspective and also a social effects perspective in terms of both the prison and those neighbouring properties, and that's why those zone types were supported. And I guess just a final point to make, and that's in regards to the reporting planner's supplementary statement of evidence. And Ms. Murdoch just touched on this before in terms of the council's planner saying in that supplementary statement that effects should be managed internally within the prison. Just on that, I think that overlooks to an extent the fact that future development of the Arahata prison, which is enabled again by the designation, is really limited on the site. It's limited by virtue of the topography and the natural area to develop, in my opinion, would be towards that northern boundary. And also that the potential for residential intensification on the northern boundary represents a significant change from the existing environment. So that, in a nutshell, is amongst the key reasons for why we've gone with the recommendation for a precinct overlay. And happy to take any questions.
One question, factual question from me. Talked about a concern that people will toss things over the fences. How high are the fences currently?
You run the secure facility a little bit less around the self-cares.
Yeah, so there's two different fence types. There's a fence around the self-care units, which is slightly lower, and I'll just direct you to figure 1, which is on page 7 of my statement. So essentially it's two separate facilities. There's the main secure facility, the older facility, and then there's the self-care units, which are just off to the northwest, closer to that residential boundary. I believe the fence height around the self-care units is 6 metres and the main secure facility is 8 metres.
And the reality is high density development has the potential to be higher than both.
Correct, sir. Yes.
Commissioner McMahon, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Grace. You made some verbal comments earlier, and I just didn't quite recall them. It was about the significance of this prison site. Did you say it was one of 3 women's prisons in the country?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went on to say, and this is where I missed it, it's maybe one of two where residential development is permitted adjacent to the boundary. What was the metric that you used?
So no, it wasn't that's the case, and that is the case. However, it's one of the only 2 sites where residential activity is likely to occur with a residential zone boundary adjacent. If I could give you another example, the Rumataka prison in Upper Hutt has a residential boundary. However, the topography of that site and the distance from the existing secure facilities and I guess the size and topography of the remaining parts of that site are such that it would be highly unlikely that you would develop on that boundary, unlike Arahata. The other prison, which is a highly urbanised one, is the Mount Eden prison in Auckland, which is entirely surrounded by residential and mixed use zone.
Yes, I thought that might be the case, but I didn't want to express any familiarity with the Mount Eden prison site.
Appreciate that, sir.
I guess, well, just going to your figure 4, I think it is. Yes, page 10. You got that?
Yeah, I've got
that.
Good.
So that's what you were explaining before about that little block of land to the east where for for the reasons that you explained in terms of the GIS assessment, that's justified in your view as high density residential?
Yeah, so through that analysis, so we did GIS cross sections along that section of the boundary, as well as further up, further to the west, if you will.
Yes.
And found that, yeah, due to the levels of those properties, you'll see it when you go past on the road, they're much lower than the prison site itself, which rises up steeply away from Main Road.
Yes. And you're familiar with the Aotearoa submission and what they're requesting in relation to this interface?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and we've had direct engagement with them, in particular around the precinct provisions.
Yes, and you're aware of the difference between their submission as lodged and the evidential position in relation to the area that they're now resolved from in terms of high density boundary?
Yeah, so my understanding is that their original position was that all of Sunrise Boulevard would become high density with their proposed walkable catchment. However, based off the evidence and assessment by their urban design expert, yes, Mr. Ray, that they have modified the extent of the walkable catchment such that it's approximately halfway, I guess, along in terms of figure 4, that larger block of medium density. It's approximately halfway along that piece.
Yes, yes, and that's reflected in the plan that I've got in front of me. Okay, I think that's the factual position. My final question is your paragraph 7.21 and 7.22 on page 13.
Yes.
When I read 721, I thought you were providing the solution there, but then in 7, which is the heights, and then you went on to say in 722 that you consider the addition of a precinct would also be appropriate to manage the effects. And I had a look at your appendix, which outlines a draft precinct, and I was just wondering what the precinct would deliver, other than perhaps an additional policy context, because unless I've read it wrong, Mr. Grace, I didn't think the precinct was suggesting any new rules or standards.
No, sir. On the basis that medium density zone was implemented,
yes,
as per the notified version of the plan and as per the recommendation of the council in its hearing stream 2 report, the objective, if you will, of the precinct was to provide a framework for assessing non-compliant developments.
Yes.
Through a restricted discretionary activity assessment criteria, which directly refers back to the policy.
Yes.
Which requires assessment of both reverse sensitivity and of effects on the prison.
Yes.
So again, back to Ms. Murdoch's earlier point that there would be no impingement as such on development rights which are otherwise proposed through the notified plan. It's simply providing an assessment criteria under which to address non-compliant developments on those subject properties.
Yeah, thank you for that confirmation. I thought that was the case, but just wanted to double check that I hadn't missed anything in terms of the rule structure. Okay, so the policy would be triggered only in terms of non-compliance with one of the standards, particularly S1, I imagine.
Correct. Yes. So height or density.
Yes.
As examples. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that's the most efficient and effective way of dealing with it? A standalone precinct? Did you give any consideration to the other ways in which that policy construct could be brought in as a matter of discretion through the existing rules?
Yeah, I mean, we did. For us, it was, and I guess when I say us, that also extends to KiwiRail, who are generally supportive of it as a mechanism. Yeah. It seemed, I guess, a sledgehammer approach to crack the nut to try and impose something through, say, the medium density or high density zone provisions themselves. It seemed like the most, well, in my opinion, it is the most effective way to target a certain area is by having a mapping overlay, which applies to a very succinct area, as I might add, and targeting specific provisions in relation to that, as opposed to adopting something that would apply more widely within the zone, for instance.
Okay, thank you for that. And just finally, just out of interest in terms of the homework that you have in terms of the section 77J assessment, presumably you'll be relying in part on the assessments of, is it Miss Healy and was it Mr. Beale?
Mr. Beals, yes.
In constructing that assessment.
Yes, correct. Yes, correct, sir.
That's good. Thank you.
Following up on the Commissioner's question, does that mean, does the way this is structured mean that if the underlying zoning were high density, then there needs to be a precinct height limit?
If that were to ultimately be the recommendation, then yes, there will be discomfort from Aotearoa's end if there weren't to be a trigger that would otherwise require assessment of the proposed precinct policy and objective. Again, around managing security and social effects, I think a key, if that were to be the case, hypothetically speaking, of course, then I believe that the key trigger for such would be the height, a height infringement over and above, say, the 11 metres under the height limit under the medium density residential zone provisions. Consideration probably also to the density requirements as well. That would be something we would need to consider further. However, the key trigger, as it were, for an assessment would certainly be height, for the reasons, I guess, set out in Mr. Beale's assessment, which is that potential for overthrow, overlooking into the site both ways, both from inside the prison towards those larger buildings and from those larger buildings into the prison.
So when you come back to us, emphasise that this is on a contingent basis, that the panel have made no calls as to what it believes is the appropriate zone in this area, and won't be doing so until after we've had the council's reply. Can you give us a complete package, namely in an HRZ scenario, what is the precinct, how is the precinct framed, identifying the differences compared to your precinct on an MRZ scenario, and what is the 77J evaluation supporting that?
Hear you loud and clear there, sir. We'll certainly do that for you.
As I say, deadline will be close of business Friday week.
5 p.m.
5 p.m. Yes. Any other questions, Council, Commissioners?
Just wanted to, so the policy has 3 components to it. As I see on your page 14, which talks about reducing visibility to the prison, reducing potential noise emissions. So that's from the prison site to the, how do you see, is it both ways, the noise?
No, that's certainly a reverse sensitivity provision. So we're mindful that the designation is very flexible. Technically speaking, there are no noise requirements that apply given that designated status. So The policy there is certainly aimed at avoiding development popping up next door that all of a sudden is affected by activities on the site that can be, higher noise generation and higher in terms of the noise generation. So it's certainly to manage that reverse sensitivity as opposed to
noise towards the residential area.
Correct, as opposed
not
to
in the opposite direction.
That's yeah. And the other one was orientating outdoor living spaces away from the prison.
Sorry,
sorry, I'll repeat that. So orientating outdoor living spaces away from the prison. So what was your thinking behind that one? What was the reason for that?
Again, that's an outlook one. So the first policy, or sub policy, if you will, in terms of reducing that visibility to and from the site, that's something that could be managed through, glass treatment and the like. And that's something that we can manage in terms of the building itself. I guess the concern was then if there's outdoor living spaces which are along that southern side, then again you have that visibility to and from the site.
But is there visibility? I mean, they would be potentially at ground level. I understand, if you're talking about the second story in a house, you've got vegetation between, your built structures. So I just wondered, is that really a concern?
Yeah, I take the point there. I guess the purpose of the policy is to enable an assessment to be undertaken of the appropriateness of, say, the orientation or design of an outdoor space. The policies were, shall we say, we took the approach of proposing policies as opposed to hard and fast assessment criteria to allow a bit of flexibility in design, and it really would be incumbent on a property owner or developer to come up with a design that responds to that boundary interface issue.
Presumably you could always have a balcony.
Yeah.
Future state of VicLabour. Absolutely considers the future state of what we can do on our side.
Mr. Grace, just one more from me. I've just been having another look at your Section 32 AA assessment. So thank you for providing that, or Section 32 evaluation, sorry. And, you've assessed the provisions against the objective of the precinct. Now, to a certain extent, that sort of becomes a little bit self-fulfilling. And I'm not trying to be critical about that, but what I'm more interested in is how these provisions of the precinct, where would they be taking the direction from in the plan itself, in terms of objectives that sit above it and strategic objectives that sit above that. I might have missed it, but it just appears to be a gap in the Section 32A assessment.
Oh, okay. Apologies if that was the case. Certainly,
you certainly covered off the higher order documents, the MPS, the regional policy statement, and then you go into assessing the objectives, and you say that no changes are proposed to other objectives in the plan, and therefore, I guess like a qualifying objective, and with like a private plan change, the objective becomes the objective of the precinct, and you're quite right to assess it against that. But I think the test with Section 32 says that we still have to have regard to the objectives in the PDP as well. So I'm just trying to, not now, but in terms of your response on the 14th, if you could perhaps address that particular matter, that would be appreciated.
Certainly will do, sir. And I guess apologies that that appears to be a bit of an oversight, but certainly it's I guess the precinct is proposed to sit alongside the residential zone provision.
Yes.
But this is as being informed by the strict.
At the end of the day, this is largely a reverse sensitivity issue, isn't it, and security issue. Yeah. And so what I'm looking for is the equivalent objectives and policies in the plan above the precinct that would talk to that issue, and how then the precinct would then give effect to those objectives.
That will do.
Thank you
for that.
I think that's us, people. I will issue a minute confirming what we've asked you to do and the time within which you are able to respond, and then we will see what we will see.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Next submitted, yes.
Thank you. He doesn't collect.
You had that rapid sinking feeling. So welcome, Briscoe team. Yes. And we have brief
potentially a synopsis,
speaking notes, and would you care? Well, why don't we start by you taking us through those,
right,
and then we'll see where we end up.
Right. So you have our written submission that was filed, obviously, last year. So I'm just wanting to essentially talk to those, and I think it's just important to emphasise that we're making this submission in person, because a number of people I know have dropped out of doing that, to register our concerns with the draft district plan. And we've been involved right from the outset, and I made submissions to the council, and we've obviously been keeping up to date with what has been happening. And it became apparent that certain councillors had their own agendas and political aspirations, which drove their deliberations, even to the extent of ignoring the expert advice of their planning department. And the submission that I've read of Andy Foster in support of Live Wellington obviously highlights some of those concerns. The effort of many people, including ourselves, and we haven't taken this step lightly, would not have been necessary if what was required for the city was given due weight, as opposed to some councillors implementing changes more aligned with their own philosophies. And over the past couple of months, there has been a lot of media attention to that particular issue. During the draft district plan development, comments were made referring to those who opposed a wholesale reduction of the protection given to pre-1930 homes as NIMBYs, or in one case knobs. It was said that they were opposing developments, that somehow we were putting our interest above those of future generations. All of the submissions I have read acknowledge there is a need for change, a need for additional accommodation. But that has to be balanced with practical considerations: sunlight, green spaces, schools, services, infrastructure. Infrastructure, of course, being something that's been highlighted in the last couple of months. Awareness of climate change and the effect on mental health. We were dismayed to see a reported question posed by one of the commissioners during a hearing stream 1 submission, where he asked the submitter, would you not want the children being born now to live in a city that is practical and relevant to their needs? That sort of thinking appears to perpetuate the myth that submitters are opposed to change. Far from it. The issue is to how to do that without destroying what we have that makes Wellington a great livable city. Once it is gone, you cannot get it back. Earlier this year, and just as a way of emphasising what I'm saying, earlier this year, Tricia and I had been for a walk in the town belt, as we do most days. As we approached St Gerard's Monastery, another couple were walking up Hawker Street. They stopped to admire the view, and as our wont, we started to talk with them. It was one of those Wellington days that we all love. There was no wind, it was sunny, it was warm, the harbour was a millpond, and surprise, surprise, the Inter-Islander ferry was coming in, and a cruise ship was at the wharf. As I approached them, I said, Wellington on a good day is amazing. Their response was, we've been to many cities in the world, and this is one of the most beautiful that we have seen. They were off the cruise ship, and what they were looking at were the wooden houses tumbling down the hills towards the harbour. On our daily walks, we see many people, both New Zealanders and overseas, clearly tourists, walking in and admiring Mount Victoria and its houses. And the city is not just about housing. A cityscape is a major attraction. Without beauty and uniqueness, an area loses its appeal. In terms of the submissions, I start with the spatial extent of character precincts in Mount Victoria. And we are both relieved to see that good judgment has prevailed. The Section 42A report acknowledges the need to extend the character precincts. We strongly support this recommendation. Assuming the Section 42A recommendation of an expanded character precinct is approved, there is still room for further expansion. And in that regard, we endorse the submissions of Heritage New Zealand, the Mount Victoria Historical Society and Live Wellington. The Mount Victoria Historical Society in their submissions and with their attachment has identified a number of houses and streets that should be added to the character precinct. The houses in Lipman, Levy, Port and Stafford Streets and Earl Terrace all contribute to the cityscape, particularly Earl Terrace and Stafford Street due to their proximity, their position high on the slopes of Mount Victoria. Similar significant houses in Hawker Street, currently excluded from the character precinct, are on a route taken by tour buses on their way to Mount Victoria Lookout. The Mount Victoria Historical Society has also identified houses of significant character and history on Brougham Street, and I mentioned the numbers. The inclusion of those in the character precincts would only require a small boundary change. The additional properties attached to the submission of the Mount Victoria Historical Society referred to above should also be included, not referred to above, should be included in the character precincts. And I'm assuming, and I hope that the commissioners will put on their walking shoes and at some stage take a look around those areas and you'll see for yourself what significance they have. The transition between character precincts and areas of possible six-storey buildings. Again, we support the submission of the Mount Victoria Historical Society and the need for a buffer zone. The reasons for our support are set out in our submission. It is acknowledged that this impact will be significantly reduced if the additions to the character precincts are allowed, because when we filed our written submissions, the character precincts were essentially small pockets. And so, for example, where we live in Scarborough Terrace was a protected area and has been because of its special nature. But to the west of us is Austin Street, and Austin Street was not protected, so we could have had higher buildings on our boundary. But now with the common sense that seems to be prevailing, that no longer is an issue, but there will be some that will be affected. The city centre zone. And again, I accept that there may be little that can be done in this stream hearing, but it is a matter for the stream 3. But we support the submission of the Mount Victoria Historical Society on the issue of the suburb boundary and the median density residential zoning. At the edge of Mount Victoria character precinct, where it is adjacent to the city centre zone, there should be a transition zone of medium density residential buildings. This is necessary to protect the character and heritage from a visual point of view and to prevent further degradation, causing those properties to become unlivable. And if you do take your walk around, you'll see that a street such as Lippin Street is a prime example. The houses on the eastern side, if they were to be taken into the character zone, would be completely overshadowed by high buildings on the other side of the street. Character precinct policy, we support the Mount Victoria Historical Society that there should be a presumption of non-demolition for pre-1930s buildings. In conclusion, it is unlikely that we will see any significant change in the visual appearance of the Mount Victoria residential area in our lifetime. Before any large-scale change can occur, there needs to be substantial investment and improvement in the sewer system, power and water, and of course stormwater. The council is also faced with the complex issue of climate change. The recent experience of Auckland City, where even areas considered not at risk of flooding were hugely impacted. And this is a clear warning to Wellington that previous perceptions may no longer be accurate. And of course, we've also seen in Wellington, without having the rainfall that they had in Auckland over that long weekend, that slips are happening now. And we've got the examples of the Terrace and Point Howard. As part of climate impact mitigation, issues such as green space and areas of unsealed ground for water absorption, and therefore a limitation of site cover, will require consideration. In an ideal world, there should be an ability to press pause until those issues are resolved. And as I said already, they've been highlighted in the last few months. The only alternative is to ensure the final district plan is sufficiently robust to prevent successive councils finding loopholes, allowing them to avoid the restriction of the character precincts. Ngā mihi.
Thank you, Mr. Briscoe. I'll ask my colleagues. Commissioner Lutz, do you have any questions?
Excuse me. No, that was very clear and very concise.
Commissioners?
Just a clarification. You said you're on Scarborough
Yes.
Terrace,
Yes.
yes. And you're within a character precinct?
Yes, yes, it was on the
On the
original.
boundary, on the existing draft plan, that area is not included. So our western boundary, which is actually our source of sunlight and light.
So, and that, do you know off the top of your head what zone that is? If it's
I think 3 stories.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And the
in winter it would mean we'd get very little sun.
Yeah.
The Section 42 report, if that is accepted, we're now, of course, within that whole new area. So Austin Street becomes part of the character precinct. So we wouldn't be impacted by houses being built on our land.
On a picture.
Yeah, so that's okay. So that's what's going to be my next question. So the Section 42, which has expanded some of those areas again, so that creates a buffer for your property.
It does for us, but we're not here just for us.
No, I realise that. I'm just clarifying your
Yes,
position.
yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So your paragraph 2.4, you specifically talk about Brougham Street there.
Yes.
And you say that there would only be a small boundary adjustment to include those properties.
Yes.
When you look at the plan.
Can I bring it up here?
I have got all that somewhere, but
Yes.
yeah.
When you look at the plan of the proposed addition, and you look at the intersection of Elizabeth Street and Brougham, you'll see there is a gap, and then it starts again. And there are 6 houses indicated just to the north of Elizabeth Street on Brougham Street.
And those are the 6 that you're talking about.
And those are the ones that I'm talking about. And then there's another 3 on the other side of the plan as it was the draft district plan.
Sure. And they're all on one side of the street.
Yes, they're all on one side of the
School on
street.
the other side of the street.
School on the
that
other.
first part,
Okay.
yes.
It's one of the things that we've been told through this process is that there has been a preference for, both sides of the street and their methodology to create that sort of streetscape.
Right. Yes.
The
Yes.
school is sort of down below.
But, yeah, that's why I think it's so important to go for a walk around, because you can see.
That's what the tourists do. And that's what locals do,
Yeah.
including locals who live down here.
I've done a fair bit of walking around there myself, with my eyes and my feet.
Yes.
Yeah. That was all I had. Thank you. It was just some clarification. Thank you.
All good for me. Thank you very much.
You can catch up.
We're going to take a break now, have a coffee. We'll be back to talk to you. There is a submitter in front of you, Mrs. Ward, Mr. Colin Vaughan. Not sure whether they're shown, but we'll see how, when we've had a coffee, we'll see how we're placed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we will. Didn't think of doing that earlier. We put it on. Find out. Dr. Howell. It's Dr. Howell. Hey, they want to go early. Can you dial in? Brilliant. Thank you. Good. So Dr. Helm's coming in by the
On the screen.
on the screen.
Oh,
So we only need two of us. So we're just going to wait for Dr. Helm to dial in.
Also wait for my colleague.
Oh, true. Yes. Yes,
Oh,
yes. Apologies for that. Dr. Helm's asked me to give you copies of the speaking notes.
Cool.
He was going to do it straight away.
Yes.
It's a hint, I don't know.
Technology. Yes, it's doing something. Got him.
Yeah. How's it going? Technology. I'll introduce, yes. Come. There he is.
Well, to the Mrs. Ward and to the Collingbourne and to Dr. Helm.
Thank you very
Welcome
much.
again. How do you wish to proceed? Have you fought over who the order of batting?
Oh,
We have.
Go first.
So the intention is that I will go first, and then Julie will speak, and then Dr. Helm will speak.
Right.
You know, my name is Lawrence Collingbourne. I'm the president of the Onslow Residents Community Association. We cover the suburbs of Broadmeadows, Kandala and KiwiRail. Our goals, as I've told you before, are to see progress and densification that's proportionate and balanced across the needs of everyone. We want to see respect for the amenity and character of our suburbs in that process, and some reality about the geography and topography of our part of Wellington. And today I'd like to say we are looking for confidence that the district plan will do what it says basically on the cover. Now we have had some surprises in preparing for this stream. We weren't expecting a discussion of the zoning at this point. We thought, well, haven't had a decision yet on the train, we have all the walking catchments, and we haven't talked about the centres. But of course, last week you were talking to others about the zoning, and this week to others about the centres. So you'll have to excuse us if we were prepared to talk about some of those things in stream 4. We just like a bit of grace that we can refer backwards and forwards through this process if we get caught out.
Well, yes, there is as I said to somebody else, in a perfect world, we would have started with the centres and worked out from there, but we're not in a perfect world.
No, I understand.
And so we've just got to do the best we can.
Yeah, yeah.
But be conscious that we do have a technical problem because of the way we're allocating commissioners to different streams. I won't have the pleasure of hearing what you have to say on stream 4.
Oh, okay.
And neither will Commissioner McMahon, but Mr. Burge and Lutz will. They'll be the common denominator.
Right. Fair enough. Well, we'll talk a little. It's not that we won't say anything about it, but of course we'd have loved to have got more resources available to talk with more evidence. All right. Yes. Our first major point that we want to talk about today is that we don't want any high-rise density along the Johnsonville railway line. Now, by opposing the Johnsonville railway line, was the way we've expressed that. We think it would be a mistake putting it a lot high-rise there, because it would only be a hope that would further the goals of the council and the MPSUD to release more development and reduce emissions and congestion, because we believe it won't do either, and we'll be consistent in our evidence for that through across the streams. So just to briefly look back a little bit about that, because it's such an important way that we phrased our objection to high-rise. We are asking you to prefer the clear and compelling evidence of Mr. Cribbins for Waka Kotahi, who said the Johnsonville lines as it stands is not an RT service. We're asking you to prefer the expert evidence of Mr. Wignall, who said the same, but who also said he knows of no intentions to improve the performance of the Johnsonville Railway, and he is the prime lead author on the Wellington strategic business case, so he ought to know. And finally, the way we read the Regional Land Transport Plan is that it classified PT1 rail transport as rapid transit services. And that's where three-lane railway lines found its way into it. But now that the One Network framework is no longer classifying the Johnsonville railway line as PT1, but PT4, we put it to you that according to the RLTP, the Johnsonville line can't be a rapid transit service. So there are three compelling evidences. And so we believe that the council has asserted in section 42A report that policy 3C applies, and therefore they will have to change their zoning maps because they haven't changed them yet. We just found out. Then they shouldn't be applying high-rise to our suburbs. We were prepared to talk about how policy 3D applies, but we're obviously going to have to say a bit about that now. It must be commensurate with a level of commercial activity and community services. And we haven't assembled all the evidence we would like to on that yet. However, it's our assertion that the three very close centres along the railway line in Kandala, Ngaio and Crofton Downs are essentially of a similar amount of capability in those dimensions and should all be neighbourhood centres. At the moment, Ngaio in the proposed district plan is a neighbourhood centre, but Crofton Downs and Kandala are designated as local centres in the proposed district plan. So we would like that changed to neighbourhood centres. We believe that the MDRS, with the amount of new properties that makes feasible with a neighbourhood centre, is appropriate to the level of services and commercial activity in our zone. I think the other thing we would say is that commercial activity is dominated by one outlet in Kandala. It's 3/4 of the commercial activity is in one business, which of course, so it's not possible to find out anything about that because of commercial sensitivities, and that one business is the supermarket. So actually there's a bigger supermarket in Crofton Downs. Now, the petrol station in Crofton Downs has just been closed. So my question is, if the supermarket closes, what does that make Kandala? Even smaller than maybe the other two. Right. We also want to reject the assertion by KiwiRail that maximising density everywhere is a district plan goal, and they put that in both their submission to you and they said it orally. So we would draw your attention to MPSUD policy 2 and policy 3A, which quite clearly makes that says that for the city centre zone is a goal, but outside the city centre zone and over the whole city, then it's about providing sufficient new development, not maximising new development. And Dr. Ham will have more to say about height and things like that. Right, second major point. We really want some more defined planned outcomes in about 3 areas. Our residents want a high degree of confidence and certainty about the future amenity and character of our neighbourhood by being clear about what can be developed by permit or by discretionary consent. Too often we've had really bad experiences with council consenting officers, including even in the case of overriding an environment court agreed heights, for example. So the biggest one of that is that we want all permitted discretionary height limits to be explicit. At least a height is no height at all. And if the section 42A wording change is accepted, that it must be at least 6 stories in the high-rise zones, it will say nothing about what heights are actually limited in that zone. And therefore, conceivably, you could build to any height by permit. With respect to the design guides, we also support Mackinac Urban's submission. We want statutory design guides that are fit for purpose, easy to use, so they achieve design outcomes. Now, we understand that might mean they need enhancement, and we know that council officers right now are under a huge amount of work. Nevertheless, we oppose height extensions being permitted by complying with the design guide. Okay, and we also agree with KiwiRail or Mackinac Urban that city outcomes be removed altogether. Basically, every developer should be aspiring to well-designed green buildings that fit amenity and character of the neighbourhood within permitted heights, or else, well, they shouldn't be building at all, should they? The problem with the city outcomes is that they don't consider the outcomes of height for neighbouring residents. They're only about the new development. Our third major point is in this tricky area of emissions, which Dr. Helm will have more to say about. But basically, we think emissions and amenity are on the same team when it comes to our suburbs, right? NDRS enabled medium residential zones in our suburbs are going to stretch local congestion and emissions, right? To add and unleash even greater high-rise zones, it's going to make those outcomes even worse. It feels like we're being asked to sacrifice amenity only to create more local emissions and traffic congestion, not to reduce them. We've said before, Dr. Hellman's Section 42A reports have shown that extending the densification beyond MDRS does not add significantly to capacity, nor does it contribute to the other goals of the NPSUD. So we assert that you can protect our amenity and you can actually improve the city's carbon emissions by limiting development to MDRS. We think the highest density development should be concentrated where people can use active and public transport to keep emissions, local emissions low, and where infrastructure can be provided more easily, in the sense that you're not just opening up development across the whole city as Aotearoa. We also think amenity means recognising the realities of our character and geography. We mentioned ridge lines, blocking out green hills, shading out the sun for 6 hours a day, and dominating neighbours will all destroy the amenity that we love in what is our Turanga Waiwai, right? Kandala is a destination suburb. It's our standing place. It's where we choose to end up in our life's journey. It's our Kandala. And I've shown you 4 photographs. One is of, they're both of Agra Crescent. One is in the middle, which is with the 4-storey building, and the other one is at the end with a 6-storey building next to the, at the time, controversial terraces. You can see that 4- and 6-storey buildings will totally dominate and change the character of Kandala.
When were they built?
Sorry?
When were they built?
So they are, thank you, that's the qualification I need to give you. Those are not actual buildings, they're projections of what a building could look like. Okay.
Whose projections?
So they are my projections. I mean, what I would suggest is that if you visited Kandala and you looked at Agra Crescent, you could draw your own conclusions as experts about what you think 4- and 6-storey buildings would look like. You'll notice, for example, at one end, the buildings are below the street, and the other end they're above the street. And for the avoidance of doubt, we're fundamentally opposed to Aotearoa's zoning maps. We feel they've focused on maximising zoning rather than maximising outcomes for the city. Now, Julie's going to make some complementary points to that as well. We are, just like to stress that we are independent, but we've tried to avoid repetition in what we've got to say.
Thank you.
Take any questions you have.
Well, I wonder if we should hear from Mrs. Ward first, and then because if we have any questions, you probably find it out as to who's going to answer them anyway.
Okay, so it's been a little bit hard to be as brief as I should be in this one, but I'll do my best. First thing that I'd like to say is that I did listen earlier on the live stream to Mr. Kitchener and Ms. Littschwager from NIO, and I would really like to commend the Commission, their submission, and to echo their concerns about the moving targets and about how hard it has been as a layperson to participate in this process. I've mentioned in my submission that I'm very impressed by the idea of strong towns, which arose in the US in response to a far more restrictive planning regime than what we're familiar with in New Zealand, as I understand it to be. But the movement basically is a more moderated and nuanced response to blanket upzoning. And the major premise they have is that no neighbourhood should experience radical change, but no neighbourhood can be exempt from change. And I think the feeling that we have is that a high density zone in Kandala is radical change, whereas the MDRS would be the incremental change which the neighbourhood could live with, and which would contribute best to our development. So residents are being asked to compromise amenity to enable a high density zone, even though most of the reports seem to suggest that that won't make an appreciable gain to the city's housing supply. The HBA says the housing shortfall is more likely to be evident in standalone and terraced housing, and that they think that capacity under the operative district plan for apartments appears to meet the 30-year demand. So the demand for 6-storey buildings, particularly in the outer suburbs, isn't said by the experts to be there. So we're being asked to sit with a threat, if you like, of a 6-storey building being built when there's not actually a need for it. So the expected demand in the reinforces the position that high density zoning in the suburbs along the Johnsonville line is not needed to meet the perceived shortfall, and in any case that the projected outcome of the high density zone is maybe as few as 13 apartments. So it kind of feels as though, as I say, it's a threat which is not going to produce any results. So the draft plan states that the medium density residential zone provides predominantly for residential activities, including 3-storey buildings. But then when we get to the detail, the medium density zone actually has 2 height levels, and one of them is to 4 stories. So we've got the 11 metres and the 14 metres. So when the council voted to exclude Johnsonville as a rapid transit service, there was a kerfuffle around the council table, and the officers came out within about 5 minutes and said, you're now not complying with the MPSUD, you've got to put in this 4-storey thing. And so there was no pre-warning to either councillors or submitters that this 4-storey was going to happen. There's nothing in the MDRS which says that there are 2 MDRS zones. There seems to be only one, which is 3 stories. So we're a little bit confused about where this whole 4-storey thing came from. And basically, I think that for the same reason that there's no need for 6 stories, I don't think that there's also a need for graduated 4 stories. So the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment's highlighted in this recent report, where he's been talking about loss of green space, that the shift towards urban intensification will help deal with transport emissions and vehicle congestions, but the magnitude will vary significantly depending on where intensification occurs. And he's basically saying all intensification is not going to be equal for dealing with emissions and congestion. And he says intensification focused around existing employment hubs and transport corridors, to which I would add to the extent of the capacity of those corridors, produces larger emissions reductions than intensification more generally. So Mr. Patterson has an updated evidence from Mr. Osborne of Property Economics, and Mr. Osborne has pointed out consistently with the evidence of Dr. Hellman Stream 1 that the increase of competitive residential development capacity has potential for redirecting growth from more appropriate locations and also from providing greater certainty for infrastructure provision, the blanket upzoning. So it's my submission that the development in excess of 3-storey medium density in the suburbs along the Johnsonville line is likely to create more car journeys, which will result in more congestion and more emissions. And my support for that is we've already spoken to you about the Johnsonville line. We've also, so with the buses have to share roads with cars, and the roads from Ngaio and Kandala are realistically subject to corridor constraints. It's difficult to see how Onslow Road could be widened. It was difficult enough to build it in the first place. And Ngaio Gorge has just had to be completely rebuilt anyway. So PwC and Sense Partners in their cost benefit analysis of the MDRS attribute 56 to 60% of the costs of MDRS to additional congestion. So the more that we can minimise congestion in terms of and enable intensification, the more benefits are likely to be derived. I'll return to this point in the centre stream, but I would like to signal, as Lawrence has, that we consider the centres along the Johnsonville line to be neighbourhood centres, and that they support medium density as defined by the MDRS. We've got a problem with 3 waters capacity, which has been highlighted in the council reports. There's no flood analysis. Additional water storage will have to be built for more intensification along the Johnsonville line. The wastewater pipes across the catchment are in poor condition, as well as being under capacity for Kandala, and there's already wastewater outflows happening. So Hamilton's just realised very suddenly that, you know, you start putting all of these extra houses there and all of a sudden the sewage starts bubbling up through the street, and they've now had to put a very sudden stop. So it's something we need to consider. I know that the leafy suburbs are not popular with densification advocates, but as the Parliamentary Commissioner of the Environment has noted, that residential yards and gardens are slightly more than half of all of the available green space in Greater Wellington, and those green spaces are providing environmental services. Variation in canopy cover is markedly different between different suburbs. They've noted that Rongotai has negligible canopy cover, whereas Highbury has 70%. I've not been able to find data for the Johnsonville line suburbs, but I would suggest that it's probably much closer to Highbury than it is to Rongotai. And particularly high density large apartment buildings, which are going to more or less have total site coverage, as far as I can figure out, is going to end up in a lot of green cover. And as the submitters from Ngaio said, you can't replace a 50 or 80 or 100-year-old tree with something equivalent until you wait the next 50 or 80 or 100 years. Now, I would like to talk about setbacks. I do notice that they have been something of a moving target. They feel as though they've been in again, out again, in again, out again. But I do think that whatever high density or even medium density development which happens is going to be necessarily people potting. So the chances of a tall building being next door to a 1 or 2 story building is quite high. I just really strongly feel that people need to, if they're going to build, that they need to be able to maintain their own property within their own boundary. And my concern is if there's no setbacks, you're going to have a neighbour turning up that says, oh, well, I've got scaffolders. And with all due respect to scaffolders, they're skilled at their job, but they're not careful of your garden or your trees. And even when they're on your, you know, they're working for you, they actually make big mess, and I think that should be confined to the so setbacks. I definitely think do need to stay, and I think that's in the medium density and the high density zone. Permeability seems to have moved to another stream, but no matter where it is, we need to retain permeable surfaces, you know, as other submitters have raised. The flooding thing is an issue, and we know that there are roads in our suburb that are already effectively the drain, and they do turn into streams and overflow quite quickly during heavy rainfall events. So permeability is something that we'll maybe going to have to come back again and talk in the Three Waters stream, which we weren't expecting to do. So there's only one final point that I'd like to make, which is something that I raised with the council earlier and have not got any traction with. It's probably a little bit off point, but I'd like to just mention it anyway. Getting a consent to build is a long and drawn out and expensive process. And for ordinary people that only do it once in their life, it can feel like a bit like a game of snakes and ladders, that you're nearly there and then you haven't complied with something else and it's, you know, go back and start again. So I appreciate that there's a whole lot of other things that come into place, like the Building Act and all of that sort of thing. But I think that there is a place for the building process to have less friction, and the city outcomes policy seems to deal with big developers and say, well, they get big players building big things, can build even bigger things if they build what they should have built anyway. But the MDRS in the medium density zone is going to make almost every person in the city a potential developer. And so what can be done to incentivise good development? And I'd like the plan to include something along the lines of pattern zoning, which has been tried in the US with some success, where the council actually creates a plan of a architectural design with an expedited permitting system where they say this is going to be a quality build which would work within certain areas. It could be a granny flat, it could be a tiny house, or it could be a full-size townhouse, but it turns around into being a carrot rather than a stick in terms of getting quality development, which can filter down to small players.
Wonder if we should hear from Dr. Helm and then we can do the full package.
Sure.
You out there, Dr. Helm?
I think you're on mute. You must be on mute.
Not capturing those words of wisdom. No, not a happening thing.
Is he unmuted? Not hearing him.
When can we have him on that screen too? Yeah. So you can see him without doing
He's been looking over your shoulder.
You have to make a choice in front of you.
I can read his script, so to speak, but
okay, can we try? How's that?
We hear you now.
You can hear me now?
We can.
Oh, fantastic. I didn't want to hear Lawrence reading my script. Okay. No offense, Lawrence. It's the accent.
Yes, I can completely understand that.
We've heard a bit from Lawrence. First of all, just apologies that I couldn't make it in person today. I've got a fairly nasty cold, which I didn't want to spread. Apologies for the slight lateless and technical problems, and thank you to Jessica Ratt and Freya for lining up teams at short notice. Thank you to the panel as well for the opportunity to speak again. So you might recall from stream 1 that I'm an economist. I work as a consultant primarily, specialising in housing and tax policy, also transport policy and environmental policy. I'm also, as of a month ago, the Director of Research and Policy at an Australian-based think tank, Prosper Australia, that focuses on land and housing policy. I just thought worth declaring that change. By the way, if there's any lack of clarity through the speakers, please just stop me and let me know at any time if you miss anything. So in brief, my aim today, my task today, if you like, is to expand on some aspects of my evidence from stream 1, which also have applicability to this stream and possibly to other future district plan issues, All my comments are my own, though I've appeared at Lawrence and Walker's request. I'm also offering no view on the specifics that are under debate today. So that includes design guides, setbacks, height limits, centres, the rest of it. So I don't necessarily endorse Walker's views on those points. Each of these seems to me to involve value judgments in the face of various trade-offs, and it's not my role to make those value judgments, but my evidence can, I think, shed light on the nature of the trade-offs that are involved. Now, the key premise, I guess, is that there's a whole range of district plan matters, including the ones you're discussing, where I expect you, the panel, perceives there to be a strong general trade-off between housing affordability on the one hand, or emissions on the one hand as important objectives, and on the other hand, the goals of maintaining amenity and local character and avoiding traffic congestion and preserving the quality of life of existing residents on the other hand. I expect that you perceive there to be frequent, strong trade-offs between those two sets of goals. And I also expect that you see your role, as would be sensible, as striking a balance between those goals. Now, the main thrust of my evidence in stream 1, which I'm repeating and elaborating on here, is that generally on housing affordability and emissions, there are no such trade-offs. And by that, I mean that district plan decisions will generally have no or trivial impacts on housing supply and affordability or on emissions. Any perceived trade-offs in which you consider that it's worth sacrificing amenity for the sake of housing affordability or emissions are, in my evidence, in my opinion, non-existent. And I'll explain shortly why this is the case, separately, first for housing supply and secondly in relation to emissions. The reason I think this is an important sort of macro level point is that, well, I perceive that in the public debate right now, there's an implicit assumption that what maybe was traditionally described as good planning is now something of a luxury that necessarily harms these other housing affordability or climate goals. So good planning here maybe is thought about as rules that maximise quality of life for residents and rules also that explicitly direct growth towards places where the benefits are highest relative to the social costs it imposes. And I think I perceive that many submitters assume implicitly that good planning's inevitably in tension with housing affordability or emissions, that they are an either or choice and that the times justify sacrificing a lot of local amenity for the sake of these goals. If your recommendations as the panel are grounded in similar views or assumptions, then they may be based on the wrong premises and we might be looking at district plan decisions or recommendations that have really high costs for no benefit. So I'll explain now why I think you can place a high weight on amenity without worrying too much about housing supply or emissions. I'll explain that separately for each point. First, in relation to housing affordability, the key point here is that more permissive zoning and design rules in circumstances like Wellington's cannot induce faster new housing supply. That's because the rate of housing development is set by the market, not by planners. And when that market rate is not constrained by planning rules, loosening the rules has no impact. It's like pushing on a string. Now this is the case in Wellington. The market rate of new housing supply, which some economists call the absorption rate, is around 1,000 dwellings per year. That is how many are constructed each year. But there are already, under the operative plan, 35,000 sites zoned for housing, which it is profitable to develop. And for most of these sites, even though it's profitable to develop, it's more profitable to not develop because development-ready land rises in value through time and because oversupplying built housing means selling at a discount. And these two forces create an inbuilt speed limit on new housing development, which is why only 1,000 dwellings are built per year, not 35,000 dwellings. And I would note also, it's an important point, that this absorption rate of 1,000 dwellings per year, this is the stable variable. The realisation rate, how many feasible opportunities are taken up, such as 1 in 35 sites, this is a consequence, if you like, of the absorption rate. So the proposed district plan quadruples the feasible capacity, but clearly no one expects this is going to quadruple the number of dwellings built. The realisation rate is not a fixed parameter. Rather, the realisation rate will fall, and in this case I expect it would fall by a factor of 4, and we would see approximately 1,000 dwellings a year still built. So consider, for example, major site like the Johnsonville Mall. It really escapes nobody's attention that upzoning that mall, giving it permissive zoning, is no guarantee of development. But what's true for the mall site is equally true for all sites. So in the simplest terms, I'd summarise it like this. Zoning, permissive zoning, is necessary but not sufficient for development, and planning generally can enable but not induce the market to supply more housing. One more way of appreciating this is to recognise that we're dealing with a distinction between the two concepts of density and supply. Zoning that constrains site density need not constrain overall supply, because although developers typically build to the maximum site density, they typically don't build on every site feasible to develop. They build on 1 in 35 at the moment. Zoning for higher density therefore doesn't lead to more housing overall. I'll just pause for a moment and say this core point from the economics of housing development has been entirely lost, I would say, in most public debate on this issue. Zoning and design rules, as I understand them, just constrain or just shape location and built form. So they determine, for example, whether new housing goes into Kandala or Newtown, and whether it's on a single site with 6 dwellings or perhaps 2 sites with 3 dwellings each. But it's the market speed limit that constrains overall new supply to 6 dwellings, for example. The implication for the panel, for you, is that any plan recommendations that sacrifice amenity may well be imposing high costs on residents for no benefits. A macro point, I guess. In essence, council is the wrong tier of government to be worrying about this housing affordability. The cost of living has always been a central government issue because the central government controls income policy and migration policy, which are the important determinants of housing costs. Placemaking, by contrast, has always been a local issue because that's what local planning and zoning can achieve. And a closing comment on housing, I sort of appreciate that these views sound strange given the zeitgeist and that the economics of housing development is a relatively new field, and these points that I'm making are not widely known or nor particularly well diffused into policy thinking, but the theory and evidence on this are quite clear, and I'm happy to supply references. So turning now to emissions, New Zealand's transport emissions are covered by the emissions cap in the trading scheme, the ETS, and that means transport mode shift doesn't change national emissions. So if a Wellington commuter travels by bike instead of car, petrol retailers buy fewer emissions units, and more units are available at a lower price for other activities like business transport or industrial processes. That means, in consequence, that zoning rules which change where people live and in what kind of house and how they travel don't affect national emissions. So that means the only value from promoting a low emissions urban form is that it financially future-proofs residents against rising emissions prices, and it lowers the cost of emissions for other emitters across New Zealand. Lowers their costs, raises their profits. With the ETS in place, market signals already guide development activity towards a lower emissions urban form, and so any attempts by councils to further influence this for emissions purposes will be redundant and futile from a national perspective. I think there's 2 key consequences here for the panel and your thinking. And the first is that the ETS means there's generally no trade-off between amenity and national emissions. Any district plan decisions that prioritise emissions over amenity will have no useful impact on a national level. The second point is that there's a view sometimes heard that higher density zoning supports a lower emissions urban form. Now that view is wrong, and I'm pleased Lawrence raised the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment's point that densification everywhere is not necessarily leading to a lower emissions urban form. It means the panel should be careful not to presume that zoned density is a good proxy for low emissions living. This is essentially for two reasons. One, transport emissions are about location, not development density. So more housing in a car-dependent suburb means more car use, regardless of whether the residents live in tall buildings or short buildings. The second point also, density rules might just change built form without changing location. 3-storey zoning instead of 6-storey zoning might just cause 2 sites to be developed in a certain area instead of 1. It doesn't change necessarily where people live. So in conclusion, I see no real reason on emissions grounds for the panel to take emissions into consideration or to give it high weighting at all. I'll finally note one point for Kandala in particular, which is from my evidence in Stream 1, which is that residents of that area use cars for about 60% of their work trips. Work trips are the data we have easily available, and they use active or public transport for only 40%, while in the rest of Wellington those shares are reversed, with 40% by car, 60% by active or public transport. Effectively, that means the higher the zoned density in Kandala, if that leads to population growth in Kandala, the higher the emissions will be for Wellington. Although, as I point out, at the national level, there's no net effect. And that really concludes the points I wanted to make, but of course I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Helm. Just going back to you, Mrs. Ward, you talked about the threat of high density zoning and said the threat is for no purpose because the likelihood of the predictions is that it'll never happen.
Which is difficult. I realise that's somewhat circular.
And you carry on around in that same circle, that would suggest, well, if nothing ever happens, then what's the problem?
Well, yes, but then what's the point?
I would like to just offer Thornton as an example of what happens. There are about 3 or 4 large high-rises in Thornton, so whilst there's not much call for high-rise in Thornton, the ones that are there are pretty dominant.
And that's in fact the answer we've had to the same question when I posed it to other people too. I said you only need 1 or 2 to stuff up the character.
Yes.
Some enterprising developer who thinks they can turn a profit. And Dr. Helm, interest on your analysis of housing affordability. It struck me that your reasoning is clearly almost 180 degrees away from the thinking that underlay the NPSUD. Is that a fair observation?
I don't think, my reading of the NPSUD is that housing affordability is not actually the overriding thrust. I will confess to not being an NPSUD expert, but I know there are a lot of goals and they are around, a lot of them are around the functioning of the city and accommodating growth in a way that's efficient. And it remains true that if a city grows, you want it for purposes of avoiding congestion, indeed for also emissions. You want it to grow where people can walk to work or take public transport. In fact, that can be true not only for emissions reasons, public transport, but because public transport is the efficient way to move people at large scale. So my understanding is the NPSUD is not really premised on housing affordability. But look, I will confess I'm not an NPSUD expert. What the NPSUD does with its upzoning to 6 stories is skew the development feasibility of building in different places. It's an incentive to build close to the city, close to public transport routes. It's not that, well, I don't want to speak for the framers. The framers may well have appreciated that this upzoning does not change the net supply of new housing to the city every year, but that if it changes the location of the housing, that can enable the city to grow in a more coordinated way that avoids congestion and leads to a better functioning city.
Well, it's certainly been put to us by the forces of central government that the objective that the objective underlying the NPSUD was to produce more affordable homes. In effect, it's not, as you say, it's not expressly saying that, but their reasoning is that if you deliver all the outcomes directed by the NPSUD, out of the bottom of that will fall an enhancement to affordability. And as I read what you're saying, is you're saying, well, that's just simply wrong. It's not going to happen. Have I got that right?
Yes, in a word, yes. Now, I'm aware that in the dominant policy thinking, there's a almost reflexive assumption that zoning change produces housing change. And I think it mistakes the role of government with the role of the market. Government here, through planning and zoning, has always been an enabler. I don't want to speculate on why the framers of these policies imagine such a strong role for government, but perhaps it's because they work in government. I'm aware the dominant thinking is this. I am guided by, I suppose, the academic evidence or the academic theory on what determines new housing development, and quite a lot of empirical evidence that now supports this view. It's hard to, if housing supply were simply a matter of zoning, it's very hard to explain facts like 35,000 dwellings worth of sites which are already profitable to be built on and are not being built on. The better theory, it seems to me, is that there is market incentives determine a rate of new housing. Market incentives determine the size of the construction industry. The reason there are only so many people capable of building houses is that there is not a strong enough demand. There has not been a strong enough demand in prior years to induce more people to work in this industry. So maybe in the short run, we see construction constraints are really the true speed limit, but what drives construction constraints is a market speed limit of not wanting to suppress prices, not wanting to sell housing on your development site at a discount, and the fact of land rising in prices. These things determine an absorption rate. That absorption rate is more or less independent of planning, and it's hard to explain certain empirical facts with a theory that zoning change automatically leads to housing supply change, which I think is the assumption underpinning a lot of work. I'm not sure if it underpins the NPSUD, but I know it certainly underpins a lot of the thinking by a range of commentators, journalists, and many submitters.
My understanding of the scientific reasoning process is when your theory is inconsistent with the facts, then you rethink your theory. You don't rethink the facts.
I'd hope everybody would follow that. There's certainly some inconvenient facts for those that propose that planning is the reason housing is expensive in New Zealand.
The underlying premise of your reasoning, Dr. Helm, is, as you say in paragraph 18, when the market rate is not constrained by planning rules, it's been asserted quite strongly to us that the market rate is constrained by planning rules in the operative district plan, particularly as it relates to inner city character areas. Now, this is clearly not relevant in the Kandala environment, but I'm taking the opportunity to get some helpful economic advice along the way by. What's your view of that?
You can have every site constrained by a density limit, yet the overall number of sites built not constrained because plenty of zoned permission is available. You can have every single site ruled by a density limit. Now, every single site owner or developer would like their site's density limit to be higher because they typically do build to the allowable limit. Yet it's the sites that are not built on that provide this evidence that developers as a collective and the housing market as a collective does not want to supply more housing than it currently supplies. So recognising this dichotomy that density constraints can bind, and they do, and that's the role of planning, of zoning, yet planning and zoning rules are not binding the market rate of new supply. That's an important distinction.
I'll ask my colleagues if they've got any questions. Commissioner List, would you like? David?
Yes, I've got 3 questions, one for each of you. Can I start with you, Mr. Collingburn? I think I heard you say, and I've jotted it down, that there's a need for certainty of height, not just some vague comment about at least 6 stories, or words to that effect anyway.
Yes.
Does that mean that are you under the impression that there is no certainty of height in the MRZ and the HRZ rules?
In the HRZ rules, certainly the proposed change to the wording is to take out 6 stories and write into it at least 6 stories. Can you tell me what height at least 6 stories is, please?
My response to that is that that's possibly the policy direction.
Okay, my answer to that is I believe that the policy is to enable at least 6 stories. The policy is not to remove all restrictions on the height.
No, but what I was going to go on to say is that that might be the policy direction and the policy context, but the actual heights are stipulated in the standards for each zone. And so, for example, in the HRZ standard, I'm going to say standard 2, nominates a 21 or 22 metre, 21 metre height, which I think is recommended to increase to 22. In the MRZ, the height is 11 metres unless it's in one of these height variation control areas, in which case it's 14 metres.
So you're saying the height is specified, it's just specified somewhere else?
No, it's specified where it counts, Mr. Collingburn, in the rules.
Okay,
so
well,
and the rules give effect to the
slightly
policy.
amateur approach.
Yes, yes.
Yes. So sorry, can I just ask a question there then? So if it's over 21 metres, then that triggers the need for
a resource consent.
Unnotified or non-notified?
Yes, a resource consent that may or may not be notified. Right, it may be publicly notified, it may be limited notified.
Right.
It may be non-notified with affected party approval. So that process is governed by what's known as Section 95 of the Act, and it's usually a merit by merit assessment, except where the plan stipulates an outcome in advance that,
which is like the city outcomes.
well, no, an outcome that, for the purpose of non-compliance with this rule, the application shall not be publicly notified, because it's an internal non-compliance or something like that. So yes, the process is that if you infringe the standard, then you generally go to a restricted discretionary activity, and the matters of discretion are listed. Sometimes they include a cross-reference back to policy in terms of what the policy directives are in terms of shading or whatever, heritage or whatever. So that's the general the way the plans work. So the policy is intentionally less numeric or metric orientated, and the rules deliver on the policy. And my second question was to you, Ms. Ward, and that was about, well, I guess it's to both of you really. It's in the event that the policy 3C driver for high residential density zoning around the Johnsonville line suburbs is not doesn't come to fruition, and there's a reliance on policy 3D about the commensurate height. Can I take it from your evidence that you would say that height should not be greater than the 11 metres in the MRZ? Yes. Okay. And you wouldn't see any justification for going to the height variation control areas of 14 metres, which I think is your four-storey argument.
Well, particularly because where the centres are tend to be at the bottom of the hill, so you're going to end up with taller buildings shading the houses that are further up the hill. If you're saying somebody on the top of the hill or subject to shading, I don't think that 4 stories is definitely a no-no, but I think that around the centres that it would be quite detrimental to a lot of other adjoining properties.
Okay, that's good. Glad I saw that clarification.
I would also point to the statistics around how many new developments are feasible under MDRS versus adding extra height.
Yes. Okay, and my last question is to Dr. Helm. If you can hear me, Dr. Helm.
Yes.
Yes. It's around your issue about zoning, paragraph 23 in particular of your speaking notes. And you said in the simplest terms, and I think this was, I wrote down, this is your crux, that in simple terms, zoning is necessary, but not sufficient for development. Would you accept that another word for sufficient might be a prerequisite for, that it's not a prerequisite for development? Is that what you were trying to say? I just struggled with the term sufficient.
Oh, yeah, apologies. For development to occur, we need the private sector to make a decision that enables it, such as allowing permissive zoning to a higher density than the existing building on the site, for example. Right. And we need a private sector actor to commit some capital to the site. Yes. So the 2 decisions are required. The first is the enabler for the second.
But you're not suggesting that zoning doesn't have a part to play at all, are you?
Oh, no, it's no. Both decisions, public then private, need to occur for housing construction to take place.
Because we might have a sorry,
beg pardon.
You carry on.
No, I suppose I'm aware this point in paragraph 23 is not news to you, but there's, as I would see it, sort of a common misconception in public debate that sort of disguises the role of the private sector here, whereas the private sector's role in housing development is critical, and it's guided by its own incentives, which are not necessarily the same as public policy goals.
Yes, because I mean, we could have the right market conditions, we could have good construction availability, we could have good supply chain, we could have favourable interest rates, but if there's not sufficient land zone, then they become sort of straw men, don't they?
Absolutely, and under those conditions where insufficient land is zoned, we will see prices for the land that is zoned rise, and developers quickly snap up whatever land is zoned, and we will as we measure the amount of zoned and feasible capacity, we'll find that we are running down to a year's capacity, a couple of years capacity. So the essence of the HBA is that we have an enormous load of capacity. In my view, overall zone capacity is probably the best measure of what the zoning rules allow. Feasible capacity as a subset of that is what is buildable right now. But of course, as feasible capacity runs down, more of that zoned capacity becomes profitable to build. And so it's zone capacity that really is the right measure. And we have, 100 years of zone capacity sitting around. So you're absolutely right. Land supply is critical, but as an empirical fact, we are flooded with zoning permission in Wellington, and this is no longer the constraint on the rates of new house building.
Yes, and presumably you'd contrast that to the position that existed 4 or 5 years ago in Wellington, where there was perhaps a constraint on zone capacity, interest rates were low, construction didn't seem to be an impediment, supply chains were in good order, and there was an incredible increase in house prices as a consequence.
Sorry, you please.
I'm just asking whether you would contrast the current situation that you've described with what the situation was 4, 5, 6 years ago in Wellington.
I'm not familiar with, I'm familiar with the building rates over time, but I'm not familiar with the prior plans, whether the operative district plan right now was also in place back then. On the housing supply tends to respond, new housing supply tends to respond to new housing demand. And in New Zealand, we've seen construction cycles be lagging, but well correlated with migration cycles. And from around 2014 or so, the latest in-migration cycle began really in earnest and was strong from 2015 to around 2019. That kicked off, conveniently timed with the Auckland Unitary Plan, that really kicked off a construction cycle around New Zealand. So I see, those drivers are really important, but I can't speak to the contribution of the old plan.
Yes. Okay, no, that's useful. That was all from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just ask you to repeat that? So I captured that. You were drawing attention to the situation in Auckland and the juxtaposition with construction cycles. So could you say that again, please, Dr. Helm?
Yes, certainly. So the construction cycles in New Zealand lag the migration cycles, as you would expect. As population grows, demand for housing grows, and there's a lead time for construction. As population grows, demand for housing grows, rents grow, prices grow, all else held equal, and developers find it a good time to commit land to housing. Now, the migration cycle kicked off around 2014, and we saw huge, as I understand it, the world's fastest rates of in-migration between around 2015 and 2019, certainly faster than Australia, which I've compared it to in some recent work. That kicked off a construction cycle that began in Auckland, which is natural as the main migrant destination, and it flows to the rest of New Zealand. Internal migration from Auckland to other parts of New Zealand is a strong driver of that immigration impulse, kicking up demand in other cities, which then kicks up supply of new housing in other cities. The Auckland Unitary Plan kicked in around 2016, so it was a more permissive environment in which it was easier to build different typologies, and we've certainly seen a massive shift in housing typology in this latest construction cycle compared to in the past. Many more townhouses and apartments in Auckland. The jury's out on whether the Auckland Unitary Plan had any contribution to overall construction rates. There's one piece of empirical work on that, but it's got some flaws. It's not yet published, I believe. Happy to speak to that, but it's getting technical.
That it has been asserted to us that the loosening of zoning controls in the Auckland Unitary Plan was a critical element in the and enabled a very substantial explosion, not explosion, a very substantial increase in development along transport corridors. What's your view to that?
Yeah, it's certainly changed where housing went and what housing looked like. As I mentioned, the typologies. It's been asserted by many that the Auckland unitary plan is responsible for the construction uptick, but to go back to the 101, the correlation is not causation. And for the couple of years prior to the unitary plan, New Zealand kicked off a huge migration boom that, regardless, in my view, of the unitary plan, would have seen construction rise rapidly. It's an econometric, difficult identification task to tease out the contribution of the unitary plan to the uptick in overall new housing supply in Auckland. There's one effort to do so that I'm happy to comment on, but my own view is the jury is out. And despite the easy assertions that are possible that upzoning triggered a wave of new housing supply, I suppose the inconvenient fact is that new wave of new housing supply also followed a massive population boom that raised demand for housing and would have, in my view, regardless, caused new supply to rise.
And the last question I have for you, Dr. Cullen, I remembered something. Last that I have, Commissioners reminded me that I'm not the only player in this exercise. Duly chastised, I will carry on. Mr. Osborne gave evidence to us that the effect of reduced prices was to reduce the level of feasible and realisable homes. Mr. Cullen, the economic witness for Kaingora, said, well, that's contrary to any principles of economic theory. So on the basis of we've got two different opinions from two economists. We'll try for a third and see if we get a third opinion.
Well, sometimes one economist has two opinions as well, right? Like, you know, the famous anecdote about the hands. I've only got one in this case. So yes, a reduction in house prices will reduce the amount of measured feasible capacity. And that's because the measurement of feasible capacity just takes a development feasibility calculation, which starts as a top line with the price, nets off the development costs, and looks to see whether it's worth, you know, on the residual, bowling over the existing building. Now, some buildings that are still in good nick are not worth bowling over when the price is 20% lower, as it is now, than it was perhaps a year or so ago. So in my view, if the HBA were redone the amount with modern prices, with today's prices, the amount of measured feasible capacity will be lower. But the second part of my view is that is irrelevant to the amount of new housing supply we're going to see. When we only have 1 in 35 feasible sites built out, and 1 in 35 is an outcome, I'll remind you, not a sort of fixed parameter. We have not, you know, the level of feasible capacity is not a constraint on the amount of new housing supply. It wasn't before, it won't be now.
Is the mix between infill and greenfield supply relevant to that equation? Because as you say, there's a big upfront cost if you're going to bowl an existing house and fill the site with units, whereas you don't have that same cost impediment, and you might even have a sunk cost because you've already bought the land.
So I don't know the figures, but in principle, yes, if prices fall, fewer properties will be feasible to develop, and there might be a skew or a bias to which ones drop out of the feasible category, and that might be skewed against infill. I could imagine reasons why it might go that way, reasons why it might go the other way. Price, you know, we look at prices as an average, but prices themselves have their own sub-markets too. So it's certainly possible that there's a change in the percent of feasible capacity in Wellington that is associated with infill rather than greenfield. It's possible that the price rise over the price fall over the last year or so has changed the composition of where the feasible opportunities are.
And that might be particularly relevant in Wellington, where comparatively speaking, there's a very low availability of greenfield housing and a very high reliance on infill housing.
Yeah, I expect so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, there's.
Sorry. Yeah, you carry on, Dr. Helm.
No, look, it was really just elaborating on the same theme. I'm conscious of your time, so I should probably only answer your questions.
Commissioner Lutz, since I forgot you, as if I could.
No, you did not forget me. I just had another read of your speaking notes, and in your speaking notes under 37, you are telling us that any district plan decisions that prioritise emissions over amenity will in fact have no useful impact. How does that work the other way around? If the plans prioritise amenity, does that result in greater emissions?
There may be this is context dependent. For example, if you take the amenity of Kandala residents as being a reason to recommend zoning stay at the MDRS limits rather than high density, then conceivably we'll see lower population growth in Kandala, and that will support emissions. There might be other areas where residents would be likely to live quite low emissions lifestyles, and if you were to prioritise amenity there and recommend sort of more restrictive zoning, maybe more difficult to achieve design rules such as setbacks, and reduce feasibility and reduce population growth there, then that may be a net positive. It would increase Wellington's emissions. The key point here is that Wellington's emissions are within a nationally determined cap under the emissions trading scheme. And so whatever reduction or increase in emissions come from Wellington residents' transport use will be exactly offset by the actions of emitters elsewhere in the economy. That's how the ETS works.
What just comes into my mind, because we have submitters, and that is a little bit off the beaten track here, we have submitters that have invested quite some money in, for example, solar panels, and that is part of the NPSUD. You know, we like to be zero carbon. Now we have had people say, if I have a 6, 8, 10-story building next to me, my solar panels are of no good to me. And then we had people saying, yeah, but the effect of having so many people living in one spot, and they can walk to work and they can do all those wonderful things for our zero carbon plan, that is worth much more than what any solar panel could generate. What's your position on that? In light of the NPSUD, who is asking for every bit counts.
My position is really it's an empirical question. It's place to place. It would need emissions analysis to know. That's the first part of my answer. Whether whether Wellington's emissions would rise or fall, depending on these sort of micro level decisions about what type of building goes where. The second part of my position is Wellington's emissions is just part of a national total which is capped. And I suppose the third part of my answer is that local council is just not the right tier of government to worry about emissions. And I appreciate that you have been pushed and nudged by various, for example, council strategies and by objectives that are amongst other objectives in the NPSUD, forced to consider this. But I guess I would urge you to consider the limited influence that you can have on emissions and on housing affordability, for that matter, through these decisions. Planning has always been good for making good places and helping people's lives, creating places that people want to live. Planning has never been good for improving housing affordability. This is determined by other matters, by incomes policy, primarily by inequality, and on emissions, when we already have national level policy that caps total emissions. All we do with local planning changes that change the urban form, all we do is reshuffle emissions. It's as simple as that with a national cap. Now, I do want to caveat that because there is a real goal that can be achieved, which is that as, for example, I go to buy a house, I may not accurately foresee where emissions prices will be in future. And if we end up with an urban form that has a lot of housing out in greenfields areas, then that's an irreversible decision. Residents will live out there and bear the cost through very expensive petrol prices if they're still driving petrol cars at that point, which is debatable. So there is a sort of future thinking role to future-proof the city and protect residents against future emissions pathways that they can't anticipate. So there's a partial role for land use planning and emissions, but it's pretty limited. I guess I'd also note the technological changes on the horizon mean that car use is no longer synonymous with high emissions. Car use will always be synonymous with congestion, so there may be good transport and traffic management reasons for changing the urban form, but as car use becomes electric, it's no longer synonymous with emissions, and the casual thinking that public transport is synonymous with low emissions and private transport is synonymous with high emissions is just no longer relevant in the future. The train will be running on the same electricity as your car.
Great, thanks very much for that.
Just might use less of that electricity.
It might, or it might use more if it's a lowly patronised train that
how heavy the train
trundles up a steep hill. But I don't want to. It's such an empirical question that I don't want to get into it.
Any questions?
I just had one, Dr. Helm. You've actually answered my questions in the discussion that we've had. So I did have one for Miss Ward. You brought up setbacks earlier, yes. And you said I don't want to put words in your mouth, but they're sort of a moving target or a moving feast.
Well, yes, because they seem to be. So in the original decision that the council made, they were out completely, front and side in the medium residential, as I understand it. And then when the Section 42 report came out, they were back in. But subsequent to that, I think Dr. Zamani and the KiwiRail person have caucused, and they might be out again. So we're a little bit confused as to where they're ending up sitting.
So what would you like?
I would like them to be in, because I think that with I think there needs to be a side boundary and a rear. I don't think the rear was ever in question, but I think the side boundaries are important where the development is obviously going to be piecemeal, and so you are going to end up with low-rise houses with a garden that is sitting there for a long time, potentially with a tall building around them. And I think that the least that a person in that small building can expect is that up to the point of their boundary that they don't have to have an encroachment from a neighbouring property especially in order to do maintenance. That's probably my main concern.
So you're comfortable with what is in the Section 42
yes
report
yes
in terms of setbacks?
Yes.
as the lesser of some evils, probably, in all reality.
So that was, as I understand it, that then if somebody wanted to go closer, that would trigger the boundary activity.
Yeah. That would trigger
process.
the consent process.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for that clarification.
Any more? I think we should sign off, Dr. Helm. Thank you for your participation and your patience with us asking you questions that have very little to do with your brief, but are solving other problems that we have to address. Thank you to Mrs. Ward and to Mr. Collingbourne for your contribution, and we'll call it a day.
Thank you very much, and we thank you too for what is a very complex issue with lots of curveballs from national government. Thank you for listening to us.
Thanks for your time and your questions.
Thank you.
Well, let's see some of you back in the centre stream too.